Yes. Alright, enjoy the show. Right.
How was your holiday?
Beautiful, really good. Yeah, it was good actually. Very lucky.
Yeah.
Very lucky. Rained while we were sleeping, so that's good.
Oh, that's the best way, mate. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we need the rain, so rather than that, while we're sleeping, it's nice to hear it as well. Oh, very good morning. And you know what? Welcome back to us, back at Ted HQ, back at Ted's home, RAF Coningsby. Welcome to the show. And I hope you're all nice and warm. It's, oh, I do pick them, don't I? I do pick the days here. Goodness me. But that is expected. That is expected. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Coningsby, Bomber County once again since 1976, although the fact that it's been a Bomber County from the get-go in 1940, 4th of November. So tomorrow will be its 85th anniversary, which is quite interesting. So nearly 85 years today. Wow. Started off as a Bomber County all the way right up to 1969 when the Spey engine Phantoms arrived at Coningsby to turn it back into turn it into fighter town for the first time. There were no fighter aircraft during the time between 1940 to 1968. It was always a bomber station with its satellite station, RAF Woodhall Spa. And with the arrival of the BBMF in 1976, kind of turned it back into Bomber County, although since 1969 has retained fighter jets. So let's hope for some Foon action. You can hear Foon action. That's a nice little engine run there. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. I'll be giving you some history while I can, if possible, in this wind. It's not the nicest to do history, showing you all the details of models in punchy, gusty winds. They're floating around. Looking at the windsock, looks to be about 17 to maybe 20 miles per hour gusting winds, but we'll do our best to bring you as much as we can and try to dodge some of the nasty weather that's coming when it comes, but there we go. Now Ted's got some special attire on, as it's that time of year, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and Ted's looking rather smart. I have to admit, he looks very, very smart, and I think you'll all agree. Look at this, all wrapped up, looking very good, Ted. Looking very, very good. Bit of an ambassador for the Royal Air Force, Ted is really. The amount of support he's given, whether indirect recruitment, supporting our air cadets as well, and just really just keeping our history alive, you know, because we don't want it forgotten. We don't want all those sacrifices made, those young men and women as well, and animals too, that were put into hell, to be honest, without finding a more of a word, but it was for our freedom. And we, as a channel, and our viewers will never forget. We won't forget, Ted. You know, we're talking about a people's war. You know, every time I look and read, there's so much. You know, there's so much that was put in from young men that we've never heard of, from aircraft we've never heard of, from you know, factories that were building aircraft that were life-saving. Robert Watson Watt with his chain home, Dowding supporting it, Dr. Reginald Jones with the, finding out the beam system. We got 303 at Norfolk, the Battle of Britain, who really put on an absolute performance. The brave Americans that arrived from 42, established in 43, to change the course of history, to fight. The bravery we shall never forget, ladies, gents and teddy bears. The bombers that we had here in the Royal Air Force. What did we have? Aging Blenheims, Hampdens that were, that if you study them a little bit more, they were an absolute hazard. The Manchester that developed into something beautiful, the Avro Lancaster. Not many people know that. Men and women delivering Hurricanes, Spitfires, trying their very best. Coffin makers, furniture specialists were making Mosquito bombers, fighters. Amazing. Lest we forget, ladies, gents, teddy bears, it's that time of year. We keep going. Right, welcome to, well, Foontown. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, it's a great pleasure to give you our 5 Typhoon squadrons that are based here. My name's Nikos, I'll be your cameraman, historian and commentator throughout the show today. Nothing is rehearsed, and you know what, why not? Because at the end of the day, military aviation is, as a viewer, as a spectator, watching our men and women carrying out and ready to protect our airspace just as they were in the Second World War. It gives me great pleasure to bring you 29 Squadron, the Operational Conversion Unit. A unit that trains our junior pilots that have just left RAF Valley. Their last aircraft would have been the Hawk T2. They've not yet experienced the Typhoon, and if it's their career path, they'll come here. And it's a full, comprehensive, very quick turnaround, trying to rotate as many frontline combat ready pilots into things, and it's an absolute tribute, and it's a whole lot of things that you may not think about, such as the involvement of BAE systems, involving a lot, not only in aircraft around the world, but into the development of the ground school as well, to assist to make more competent Typhoon pilots to become our very, very best. It's something that happens here with 29 Squadron. And to give you an idea, many years ago, it used to take about 6 to 9 months to get a frontline combat ready pilot, but that's quite a lot of time. Now, 3 to 4 months, combat ready, off you go, son. That kind of thing, and it's for both men and women as well. It's made up of qualified flying instructors. So that's 29 Squadron Operational Conversion Units today are dotted about to train airmen and women on specific, or aviators, on specific aircraft. There's a start-up of our Typhoon. For example, 24 Squadron, the Operational Conversion Unit at RAF Bryce Norton for the heavies, A400, and the C-17, for example. 207 at Marham for the F-35B. Number 42, Torpedo Bomber Squadron. They're the Operational Conversion Unit for the P-8 and the forthcoming future E7 Wedgetail. So that's just to give you an idea how it all works. Right, that's 29 Squadron wrapped up, and they've got a very strong history as well, by the way, our 29 Squadron. Because they had and were a fighter squadron Their markings, the famous X's, the triple X. Don't want to ruin a good story. There's some fun stories out there. But just quickly then, let's run down the squadrons. 29 Squadron, they formed in Gosport in 1915, travelled to France as a fighter squadron. Once had Wing Commander Guy Gibson before he became a wing commander with 4 aerial victories as a night fighter. 1943 began their offensive in the night intruder operations, defending our heavy bombers. And in 1987, 29 Squadron became the first operational squadron to be equipped with the Tornado F3. In 2003, they were the second RAF squadron to receive the Typhoon and arrived here with number 17 Squadron in May 2005. Next up, we've got number 12 Squadron, the latest and greatest squadron. They stood up in 2018, but arrived here in 2020, and they are a joint operation at Coningsby with the Qatari Emirati Air Force and the Royal Air Force as a joint squadron. They started life at Neverhaven in 1915. They've been on their squadron insignia, their crest. It is a fox, and that's all due to flying the Fairy Fox, the sole operator in 1926. So they've had that fox, leads the field since then. Next squadron is number XL1. That's right, 41 Squadron. They favour the Roman numerals. 41 Squadron's famous Seek and Destroy Echo Bravo marked Hurricanes during the Second World War. They formed in 1916, and being pre-1918, anything pre-1918, 1st of April, will give you an idea that they were... Oi, oi! Big shout out to the base. Spent a lot of time in France, hence the Saint Omer Cross. They did begin operations with Spitfires Mark 5Bs. They supported the Dieppe raid in 42, converted to other forms and marks of Spitfires, and in 2013 they were designated as 41 Reserve Test and Evaluation Squadron. The unit took its first Typhoon on strength. They're no longer a Reserve Squadron, they were. They are a Test and Evaluation Squadron. So they're given the latest and greatest software, hardware, equipment, goodies to try out. Lots of tasty ordnance they can go around and evaluate. Our next 2 squadrons are our fighter squadrons, and these 2 squadrons are really historic. So number 3 Fighter Squadron, this is our oldest squadron here at RAF Coningsby, one of the original 1, 2, 3 squadrons, literally hence being such a low number. Number 3 Squadron started as number 2 Aeroplane Company, Air Battalion, Royal Engineers in 1911. That, my friends, is old school, proper. And they were renamed a year later in 1912 to number 3 Squadron Royal Flying Corps, and they arrived at Coningsby in 2006. Finally, another squadron that likes to sport the Roman numerals. For those wondering its significance, there is no significance, just tradition. Now, number 11 Fighter boasts to be the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron, retaining that letter F that you see since 1915, formed at Neverhaven, and the first unit to operate the Venom FB1 in 1952. The 2 Eagles probably representing the pusher aircraft, the 2-seater that they began their career with, and that's probably why. And they arrived at Coningsby in 2007, stood up as a multi-role Typhoon squadron all year. Here we go. So runway 25 in use, so they'll be coming towards us. I'll do my best to hang on up here. It's a little bit choppy, but I'll do my best. Big shout out to RAF Coningsby all rolls. How you doing? And of course, not to forget 2 display teams here, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight and the RAF Typhoon display team as well. So, top questions that I get asked quite a lot. That's correct, here's one already. FGR stands for Fighter, Ground Attack and Reconnaissance. Absolutely correct. Keithy Boy is here as well. I've just seen your name on here. How you doing, Keithy Boy? Welcome to the show. A big shout out to everyone at RAF Coningsby. We're in the spotters car park. Like I said, during busy periods it can get quite full. Please just do not attempt to park it irresponsibly outside the car park. Just park it in the town. It's only £2 all day, job done. And a big shout out to Steve, the burger van. How you doing, Steve? Oi oi, breakfast, brunch and lunch. He's here. He is going to be finishing up soon for the season. AWCU, Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. They got their work cut out today. I think there's quite a few because of the wind. It's really making havoc with the birds. So I hope everything's all right there. ATC number 17, Coningsby Air Cadets, RAF Police. How you all doing? Guardroom, Air Traffic Control, Tools. How you doing at 29? Squadrons, ground crew, armourers, all trades. We love you. Hope you're all good, playing a major part. So we got Typhoon FGR4s running. They're spooling their EJ200 engines, which produce just over 20,000 pounds of thrust each in an airframe that weighs very little, 24,000 pound empty weight. Now, of course, it doesn't fly without any fuel in it, but even fully fueled and fully loaded, it's got an exceptional thrust to weight ratio. That's what it's all about. Thrust to weight ratio with the Typhoon, an airframe that's got very little metal on it, so that gives a hard time for radar. And of course, with 85% carbon composite on the airframe itself, with an acrylic canopy, it is exceptionally quick. Welcome to the show. Got some top questions that have come in from lots of you. Typhoon, made in 4 different countries, is our model Typhoon. I'll keep my eye out on any taxiing aircraft. It is our Typhoon model here, which I like to give you a demonstration. 4 different countries, a Delta Wing 4-plane configuration. It does have a FCS, that's your computers. FCS stands for Flight Control System. There are 4 main computers that keep this airborne, which I'll explain. And we'll start from nose to tail, give you a full rundown of the Eurofighter. It is called different things in different countries. Don't worry, I'll give you all that in just a moment. Left wing made in Italy, the right wing made in Spain's Airbus. Centre fuselage made in Germany, the front section and the cockpit made in Britain, and rear segments, including the tail, a mix of Britain and Italy as well. Now, there are a few differences along with names as well. Someone asked me a question which I've answered. You'll notice the nose, the radome, and the antenna up here, they're different colours, slightly different grey. You cannot paint these, it will affect the performance, because in here, now there is an automatic electronically scanned array, AESA. They are changing them. Now, I can't tell you what's got what in there. A lot of that is classified. But the original was a manual AESA, the Mark 1, but they are making a special, in fact, I would imagine a lot of them have it, the new one, but I can tell you from the beginning it had an ECR90 captor. Inside this, a very clever battlefield radar which can detect and lock onto aircraft 160 kilometers away and 300 kilometers away for larger aircraft. Now, it can lock onto 20 to 30 targets, prioritize on about 6. Oh yeah. Now, to assist with this, now here's the thing, someone asked me this. We've got the Pirate IRST, that's infrared search and track. This will give you 4 filters of night vision, heat detection, and tracking multiple targets at night or in poor visibility. Now, there are only 2 countries that opted out of having this. Have a look at the German and Austrian Eurofighters, they do not have the IRST. It's missing. All right. So Germany, they call it the Eurofighter EF2000. In Italy, they call it the F2000A Typhon. In Spain, they call this the C16 Typhon. All right. In Britain, in the RAF, we call this the Typhoon FGR4. Stands for Fighter Ground Attack Reconnaissance. There are slight differences. Traditionally, standard on paper, the Eurofighter max speed is Mach 2.0, twice the speed of sound. The Typhoon of the Royal Air Force is at Mach 1.8. Don't worry, it's not all about the speed, it's about loitering time, performance, and acceleration. This can go supersonic at 1.8, and it can also super cruise, which means it can go supersonic without the beautiful afterburners, or what we call reheats in the Royal Air Force. So let's have a little bit more. Let's have a little bit more look. The air-to-air refueling is drogue and probe. Let's have a look at the intakes. Now, the intakes, very, very, very clever. It's got cowlings to control the amount of air, but also a splitter here. The F-16 has this sort of diverter. It's called the boundary layer diverter. It's a splitter bridge. Now, you really can't have supersonic speeds hitting your engines, your compressors. It could damage it, but what's more important, this stops the boundary layer. What is boundary layer? Well, I showed you a demonstration once. I got my flask and poured water on it. We could pour water on the nose of the Typhoon to get an understanding of what boundary layer is. If you poured water directly onto this from here, you'd expect the water to run off the edges. Wrong. Boundary layer is quite fluid. It sticks under here. You'll notice the water trickles here. Now, it's the same thing at what air is doing. Now, I need to kind of show you a diagram in aerodynamics, but if the aircraft is going supersonic speeds, you're going to create drag under here and boundary layer. That's a different pressure. That's causing high and low pressures to go into the inlets here. When you get two different air pressures, low and high, hitting your fan, so imagine a big spinny compressor, the fan, you're getting low pressure smacking the top and high pressure hitting the bottom. That is going to cause your engine to basically cause fatigue and damage it. So to do that, you have a splitter diverter here. That stops the boundary layer. That is all good. Oh yeah. The intakes are also underneath, and it's called an S duct. Why is it called an S duct? Because it's like a letter S. The engines and fans sit up here. In fact, the Typhoon's engine sits at the last 20% of the whole fuselage. But the good thing about having an S duct, well, if you look in there, you can't see the front part of the first stage of the fan and the compressor blades. Why is that good? Well, it hides the heat for radars to try and detect them. This makes it a little bit stealthy. In fact, the carbon composite build on the Typhoon does in fact make it stealthy as well. And there's a few other bits and pieces that make it a little bit stealthy. It's not naturally a stealthy aircraft, but then again, it does have a really good radar cross section. If you have a look at the wings as well, something that not many people know, they are curved. They are quite nicely curved as well. Let's have a look here. We've got an air brake here, and this little exhaust here, this intake, this is the RAM heat exchanger intake. What is that good for? This, my friends, this actually cools down the Typhoon's engines when it has excess of reheats been used. So on our Typhoon display from NAF or other Typhoon displays, those engines are really, really hot with so much reheat being used. So this heat exchanger can actually cool down the engine. A little fun fact, the Typhoon can only stay inverted for about 10 seconds with full reheats, otherwise you risk emptying out the one of the tanks. This is optional, this blue tack. The Typhoon can land on your dashboard or on your desk at home. That's optional. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, back here we've got this little ultra, it's like a high frequency, very high frequency antenna. This little antenna here that sticks out, that is your MAW. That's missile approach warning. That's like a survivability warning system on the Typhoon. Let's have a little look underneath as well as our blue tack. The Typhoon has 13 hard points. The 13th, or the center one, dedicated to the drop tank. You can have another drop tank on each of the wings, so that's now down to 5 spare hard points, so you can add lots of goodies on there. This is your FOTD, that's fiber optic towed decoy, a decoy that's attached by fiber optics, which makes a fake Typhoon, not a blow-up one, because that's actually what I thought it does, a little pop-up Typhoon, but it does the same effect. Under here you got your chaff dispenser. If by unfortunate you have been locked onto a guided missile, you can send bits of metal called, well, we used to call it window in the World War II. It's called chaff, bits of metal to full guided missiles. If it's heat detected missiles, you've got options of flares. Over here you can, well, over here you can add like AMRAAMs, ASRAAMs, that's advanced short medium range air-to-air missiles, or advanced medium range air-to-air missiles as well. This little inlet here, there's like a little intake here, that cools down your instruments in there. What else can we talk to you about the Typhoon? The flight control system, the FCS. The Typhoon is naturally been built along with the pilot to be aerodynamically unstable, so you have computers to deal with that. So if you didn't have a flight control system on a regular aircraft, let's take an F-15E Strike Eagle, the aircraft's going in a straight line, brilliant. The pilot can just go, cool, just leave it there, lovely. Because the Typhoon has a flight control system, those computers are working overtime just to keep the Typhoon in a straight line. When the Typhoon is spinning, it can start to almost like corkscrew and barrel roll. This is a natural defense of the Typhoon, because going in a straight line and just spinning around really doesn't do a lot. You're still in a straight line. These are the 4 planes, because the Typhoon doesn't have any elevators, so this takes care of your angle of attack, and it can also be used as a speed brake as well. Any questions, do let me know. I'll do my best to answer them. I hope that was a good start for you. Yeah, there we go. First flight, 1994. Have a lovely day. There we go. There's a there we go. I did it without any interruptions, which is quite fun. All right, now Typhoons can now go now. Come on then. And if you just joined us, don't forget to give us a good push start. Give us a APU, auxiliary power unit startup. I forgot to show you that. That's that soot that you can see on the fuselage. You can plug in your Typhoon and start it up. The soot is literally that. It is like burnt fuel. Give us a like, give us a touch and go on the like button. Do support the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Let's ride. So if you've got any questions about the Typhoon, do feel free to drop us a line. You can email me because I won't always see the chats, because I'm obviously filming as well, so I won't be able to see that. But do be patient. If it's an itching question, do feel free to contact me via social. I'll try and answer it. But I'll answer it on the streams the next time I come. It's always pretty good. Another question that I've been sent in, Nikos, what is Oxide Ops? Good question. So each squadron have their own code for their operations, squadron specific. So Oxide is for number 12 squadron. Seagull, Buzzard and Triple X, that's your 29 squadron. Cockatrice, that is clearly the number 3 squadron, because Cockatrice, the reason for that, and also if you have a look at number 3 squadron, Free Fighter Squadron, they've got a Cockatrice, okay, cool, but they've also got a bit of Stonehenge on there. Why? Because they actually formed all the way back in 1911 near Stonehenge, because Stonehenge actually had an aerodrome pretty much near Lark Hill. And the point of it is to have it's actually a cockatrice, so I'll tell you about that, which is a mythological creature that apparently was the first to fly in mythology, although Pegasus has got something to say about that. The problem with Pegasus and the cockatrice, they tried to take it to court But the thing is, the cockatrice turns things to stone, so there were no witnesses. So the cockatrice is being, number 3 squadron were the first to fly heavier than aircraft. Okay, they were the first. So with that matter, they chose the cockatrice, right? And linking mythology with Stonehenge, the cockatrice actually sits on like a trilithon, hence number 3. I thought it was Roman numeral. It is, but it's also a take on Stonehenge. There you go. Diamond Ops, again, you know, all these, same with Lakenheath. It's not specific to Coningsby. Lakenheath, you've got like Ramrod, you've got Banter Ops at Mildenhall. There's like a code for each squadron. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Nice family version Typhoon, starting things off. This is going to be challenging trying to film this in these conditions. It's a little bit punchy, but I'll do my best. We got another family version Typhoon taxi now. Looks like we've got a double family Typhoon action to start things off. These are T3s. These are not FGR4s. These are T3, T for training, being a family version. Family version, a household name for the Ted Coningsby channel vocab to identify a 2-seater. To the show, everyone. Hope you're all good and excited. Here we go. And another one. We've got another Typhoon taxiing out as well, so that's free to start things off today. Another one, that's 4. And another one, we got 5 Typhoons taxiing out for departure. And I can still hear more, so that'll be a nice little start to the morning. Very good morning to Matt Crossan, Davey, Chris Bloxham, Joshua Brown, Margot Baxter, Aryan, Paul Mayers, Darren Harwood, Remco De Vrij, how you doing? Muzz Mason, Charlie Bravo, Davey, how you doing? Mark Stubbs, Dieter Gikieri, Harlan Hall, David Hughes, how you doing? I hope you're all good and very well, thank you very much. So our first departure of the day. Our second is probably another family version Typhoon, the T3. And I can hear another startup. Typhoon's power by the EJ200 engines. Producing from their 8-stage compressor, so 3-stage low pressure and a 5-stage HP. Compressing air 26 times the atmospheric pressure, so goes in at 1 bar, compresses it to 26, so compresses that air at 75 litres per second. That is insanely just magnificent. So 75 litres, it will compress that in a second. Bypass ratio at 0.4 with just over 20,000 pounds of thrust in each engine with reheat. That's equivalent to about 1,000 Ferraris, was it? Here we go. Oh, this looks like it's going to the. Is that going to the EOR? Oh, the ORP. We're not at Leighton. That's gone to the ORP, Operational Readiness Platform. It's a bit like an EOR, just off the runway. Just for many reasons, it could be allowing a flight to go in front, or may have an issue, etc. Troubleshooting. Let's have a look. On the ORP. I love it when the tails crisscross. Okay, so they're waiting on the ORP. There are different names for the same thing, different terminology, but we'll give you all the abbreviations. A little bit brutal. Here we go. There we go. That's what you want. Nice. Back it on them reheats. So we've got another startup from the Typhoons here on the main ASP aircraft servicing platform. That's pilots just call it the main here at Coningsby. Taxi to and fro the main. But what a year it's been for everyone really. What a great airshow season we've had. And the success of the channel hitting 100,000 subscribers as well. It's just unbelievable. So a big thank you to everyone who supported the channel all the way past over 100k. Thank you all so much. For those as well that support the online store, there's going to be 5 new lines coming out available to everyone on the first week of December. But if you're fortunate enough to come to the TED Party 3.0, you'll be able to get hold of them straight away. Stock permitting, of course, availability, which we should have lots. And we've also got lots of exciting things planned for next year as well already. Good planning leads to effectiveness, and that's what we do. That's what I've been trying my best to do. Looking forward to that. Okay, here we go. Next up, 2 more to leave the floor. That was cool. speedily taxiing past while all that was going on. Yeah, don't you start being hawks. Right, so that's 2 more taxiing out. Should see one just pop up into the good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to the show. We've had a good portion of Typhoons departing for breakfast this morning, and well, we'll see what the rest of the day brings us. I will see how long I can carry on before. I hope the weather's just, if it's like this today, I should be alright for my usual times, but I'll see how it goes. LEJ Approach, how you doing? Hope you're well. Davey, thanks a lot, man. Hope you're well. Wibbs, Muzz Mason, Jan Clark, oi oi to you. How you doing? Hope you're all good and well. Here we go. Got 2 more. Katie Webber, oi oi. Here we go. So, really secure the tripod today for good reason as well, because I've had to put it on the edge so I can lean on it. go. There's our I think that's our first wave complete by the look of it, or by the sound of it, shall I say. Can't hear anything else. Whew, my goodness me, how we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And well, goodness me, it's a little bit windswept at the minute. Oi, oi, a little bit windswept at the minute, and God, it is quite hard work because. For those that do photography as well, you know, when you've been, it depends, because gusting winds can be the worst, because you got your balance, and then it's almost like being pushed. If you've got a constant amount of wind, it can still be quite strong. You can kind of lean on it. For those that would know what I'm talking about, but you know, it's like someone pushing you constantly, and you can use that, but then when the wind just drops, it's like, oh, hello. All is good. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. A nice little start, and it's nice to be back here at TED HQ, and a base where it's got so much history, and I do take a lot of passion in telling you as much history as possible. Not the nicest to tell you it in today with trying to show you diagrams. Unfortunately, these will probably be kept to probably a literal minimum, or if not at all. It's quite hard to show you some maps and diagrams and everything flying around, literally, which is what we want, but not my stuff. The Typhoons flying around is always good, but I'll do my best. I can show you some of the models. They are quite heavy anyway. They are a mix of die cast, so some of them are quite heavy, and the Typhoon is that I showed you, that's the one I've built. I'll try and get you another one. I think I've got Blackjack. I think that was made by Nick Ward, I think, I'd like to say. If not, sorry about that, whoever sent that in. I'm sure Nick Ward made me a Blackjack one once. I do have it, so I'll probably bring that up. I've been coming across some lovely Blackjack archive videos, and yeah, it was a very good livery, wasn't it? Very good. Speaking of liveries, I've got something exciting to share with you on the first week of December. Speaking of Typhoon liveries, you'll like this one. Very good. For those that are members will know exactly what I'm talking about, and looking forward to showing you the Ted's Typhoon livery. You gotta watch it to know. You gotta. Oh man, I can't wait for that one. It's gonna be good. Let me let's swing this round there now. Let's swing this round again. Just a few housekeeping rules with this day and age that we live in. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, like I mentioned earlier, the car park, again, it can get quite full. If it is, please don't attempt to park it just like here. It's an absolute no. There is a car park in the town, £2 all day. You can't go wrong with that, eh? This is an absolute no to stand here, okay, with your ladders and set up. Please don't, and especially with cars, that is an absolute no. Don't be that person. You will be told to move on, or worse, if you are. I've heard this happen at other bases. If you are a repeated offender for parking your vehicle here or hanging around the red and white fence, it can lead to getting into trouble. This is another no. Please don't stand it. I always worry that someone's going to be stood there. Please don't stand it. It's for your own safety to be away from there. You can stand. Look, there's a wooden fence there. You can stand there, and to the left of it that you can't see. Again, be mindful of private land. That's private land there, all there. Don't go onto that field, especially with the approach. Nice to see them fixed again. Please, be mindful of your surroundings as well. If you see anything like card or bits of plastic, like huge bits of plastic from I don't know, look like it was from pallets or something, go over the base, do let them know, because that is an engine killer. That is a safety thing. Please don't climb the fence, damage it. And yes, any suspicious non-plane spotters that you feel are asking some very, very odd questions, if you're unsure, do ask some of the regulars here, especially Steve. Just let him know if you're here. If there's no one like that here, just make a call. Let someone know. Let them, if you find yourself seeing something that you think this isn't right, do let the base know. If it's an emergency, then like I've always said, call 999. And if you feel that you are going to report it, do it discreetly. I've always said that. Be mindful of your own safety as well. Do it discreetly. You don't want to be seen by these types of people. There's also these lights here to stop the traffic, again, because the actual takeoff zone the actual takeoff is right close to the road, and hence the blast frangible red and white fence there to protect vehicles and everything beyond that. Now you may look at Lakenheath and think, well, the runway is quite close to the road. Correct, but they don't take off until about down here. So you'll see, remember I talked about those blast chevrons? So there aren't many here. I think there's only like, I can't even see one. There might even just be one. So it's to protect everything beyond it. That's why there's lights at the other end of the runway here. There are actually 2 runway strips, actually 3. Let's go with 3, right? Now you're probably thinking, what? No, there ain't. Well, sort of. The main runway is runway 07 and 25, correct. There's also runway 12 and 30 just here, and that's for the lighter aircraft to use it if in strong crosswinds. So runway 12 here and 30 the other side. Now the third runway, where is this third runway, Nikos? Well, it's actually a grass runway, and these little high-vis markers, look, these little markers, that's the grass runway. That's one end, and there's the other end, look, see? There's 2 grass runways, pretty cool. Oh, he's out. What's he gonna get? He's looking for something. The grass runway as well, it's has to be maintained as well, so you get moles ruining the ground, rabbits digging. The AWCU has a lot of work to do here at Coningsby and every other aerodrome, every other airport, airfield. There's so much that we don't often think about. Our top 10 wonderful stories from our AWCUs, and I'll leave you to decide which one is your favourite. But the number 1 here at Coningsby from our AWCU is creature. I've asked what is the most random creature you found here, and our number 1 here at Coningsby is a domestic cat that likes to get on the runway at night, probably chasing mice and stuff. So so obviously the AWCU is trying to, like, you know, just try to like urge it and discourage it to get back home. And Cranwell, the number 1 there is a sheep on the runway. That's probably a great one, so I'll leave that to you, which is your favourite, sheep or domestic cat. But there we go. And welcome to the show. Yeah, so this week's weather is looking all over the place. It doesn't look great. I'll do my best to try and dodge the weather as best as I can. I'll just get our squadron leader on the controls for a moment. I hope you all had a good weekend as well. You all had a good time. I had a good break. I had a rest actually. It's always strange sometimes after holidays. You feel actually like you need another holiday, but there you go. Mayhem Marshy, thank you very much for your 33 months membership. It was also part of our spanner flight. 33 months of planes, fares of fun, time flies. Paul Henry, member for 32 months, thank you very much. Hello from Liverpool, hope all is okay, great show, thank you very much. And Dieter, Gekera, oi oi everyone, ready for a new week of great stream and aviation action. Thank you very much, and a guards march to you. Wibs, thank you very much for your 16-month membership. A guards march to you. Hello everyone, another fantastic month gone by as part of this amazing channel. Love to all of you from Wibs. Also got oi oi at Coningsby, Keefy boy here. Hi Keefy boy, I'm glad I read who that was. Thanks a lot for your super chat, Keefy boy, and good to see you who's here next to me actually. And thank you very much. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super chat. Margot Baxter, thank you very much as well for the super chat for Ted's week and our Royal Air Force stars. Thank you very much. Katie Webber with 30 months membership, another amazing month gone. Proud to be a member of the TCS family. Thanks Nicholas and Ted for bringing us these streams. Guards March. Doncaster Lass, thanks to your 28 months. Gaz Wilkes, congratulations on 6 months. Matt Crossan, high five. Welcome to the Posh Officers Club. David Harrison, member for 15 months. Wow, that went quick. Still the best aviation stream. Thank you very much. Gary, member for 5 months and part of our fighter squadron as well. Where did 5 months go? Chris Austin with 18 months of counting. Oh yeah, thanks Ted and Nikos and all the streams and spanners for keeping it sweet and neat. Let's ride for many more. Thank you very much. And Jan Clark with 16 months membership and a fighter squadron member as well. Thanks to everyone on this amazing channel, especially of course Nikos and Claire for Spanner. Chris Bloxham, thank you very much for your 31 months membership and also part of our Spanner flight. And thank you to all the members and subscribers that make this community so special. Please hit the like there now. Thank you very much. And a guards march. I hope you're all good and well. Ted's looking all wrapped up and all good. Whee! And yes, thanks to Paul Briggs's daughter actually for making that that scarf. And we got that poppy from, where did we get that poppy from, Ted? I think we got it from the RAF Trad, I think, online, the Royal Air Force's charity shop. Canopy horn. But if you've seen and heard that, that was pretty cool, wasn't it? So that horn, the Typhoon actually does have a horn, and I was silly enough to ask that question once upon a time ago. Yeah, I am that person. And the shocking, in a fun way, the answer was that yes, the Typhoon does have a horn. It's the canopy horn, and it's for safety because you don't want any trapped fingers as the canopy horn opens and closes and makes that beep that you heard in the background. That was the canopy horn closing there. It's pretty cool, isn't it? The other thing as well, I didn't tell you, obviously there's so much to talk about the Typhoon. This tiny bit here that sticks out on the top here, that's your that's where the fuel vents, that's the fuel vent. You can see fuel vent on startup sometimes, so if it's like really filled with fuel, it just spurts it out to stop any sort of airlocks. It's just the fuel expanding as it starts up and the pumps are going, it spits out fuel. Sometimes on negative G as well, you'll see, especially on the Typhoon display or in performance takeoffs, you'll see this smoke come out. It's actually the fuel evaporating, and it's doing that for good reason, so that the air, so the fuel is vented. It's not a leak, it's called a vent, and it's to allow the fuel to flow better as well, because if on negative G, with the fuel pushing up, you could create like a fuel starvation from sort of the air getting trapped. So it spits it out, so it's got a constant amount of fuel flow with that. I think that's right. I always try and explain it. I can never quite get that right, that bit. Yeah, there's the APU, the soot that's just burnt from the fuel. You can start up the Typhoon with a push of a button as well. And you can really appreciate the curved wings on the Delta wing. It's something that I didn't notice a while back, and I was like, oh, they are actually quite curvy. Very nice. Might get a cup of tea. It might be the chance for me to get keep warm this time of year. Of course, it gets a bit dark earlier and earlier and earlier, right up until what, the 21st of December, when after a few days after that, the sunset is later by about a minute every day-ish, sort of. As we know as the winter solstice. Just love photos that are incorrect on ADS-B, like the A10 sometimes pops up. That's quite funny. You know, completely out. And yeah, we for those wondering, the Blue Angels are not didn't leave Milden Hall. Or did it? Did it? Oh, absolutely. Yep, the Typhoon does have the blue tack optional. I love that. BTO, love it. Yeah. So it's all good. Right, I'm going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. I'll be right back. Hopefully my tripod is secured. I've done my. I think it's all right. It's not that bad. That's why I thought I can do it. But the next few days don't look that great, so I'll do my best. I might be able to get you a little bit of a mini stream tomorrow. So we do have a start-up going on. I've just got back around my caddy. Sharon, how you doing? Hope you're good. Alex Raven. So we've got another startup, and let's see what we got. Plenty of foods out there for us to enjoy on the way back. But yeah, this week's weather, man. I mean, Thursday is drier in the sea, I think, at this rate on Thursday. Not very good, but I'll do my best to get you some footage, whether I just do it from inside the van. I've done that before, once upon a time at Marham, where the rain was coming in one direction, let's say. And I positioned the van so that I could have the window open, but the rain was hitting me from behind, so that I had the window shut. So I had like almost like my own little hut. It was quite nice. And I managed to get the... Of all things to happen, it was a short takeoff on the F-35B, which was amazing. It was just literally the whole F-35B disappeared in a cloud of mist, and it just popped out at the top. It was really cool. So we've got that on our archive. If you put short takeoff F-35B on our channel on YouTube, you'll be able to see that. Bees Knees 6-1, how you doing? G Van Pulling, how you doing? Simon Watcher on LJ Approach. Lisa Francis, how you doing? Danny Hutch, oi oi. Welcome back to those that are joined. Jessica Toner, how you doing? Or Jessica Stoner, sorry, even. Captain A, how you doing, man? Here we go. Do you know what? This is what happens, right? I was looking at the names there, and this Typhoon did a hawk on me. There's the 29 squadron markings. See there, the 2 drop tanks. Can be configured into 4 styles: clean, with no drop tanks, a central single drop tank in the center, 2 like this one, or all 3. So nice to have an extra one there. But we were just having the one. There we go. We got 2. And thanks a lot, Sharon Crook. Didn't know who that was. Yeah, we'll get back to normal soon. It just when you see that happening, it means that YouTube is doing some changes, and it will just take a bit of time. How are you?
How are you?
Yeah, good. You're right. Oh, bless you. Thank you. How you doing? I drink anything, to be honest. Oh, thank you very much.
Sugar?
Yeah, sure. Oh, bless you. Thank you. How you doing? All right?
Yeah, it's a bit windy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So, it's not great this week at all.
No.
Thursday's Wednesday's pushing it.
Yeah.
So just a case of just
seeing how it goes.
Running out the van, recording it, and getting back in the van.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, that's to be expected this time of year.
Yeah.
But you keep it all right?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good. Yeah?
Yeah,
Had a good time?
yeah, it's good. Weather's been late behaved actually. Not
You doing alright? Yeah, good, thank you. You enjoyed yourselves then, yeah?
getting- Yeah, we was coming down near Humberside Airport.
Oh, nice, that's cool. Yeah, that's good. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's nice. It's quite a nice little airport. There's lots of places to view there.
Yeah.
But you've got to be extremely lucky, and it sounds like you were, so that's good.
Yeah, they came and found us.
Right, here we go. Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so I like. It's quite a nice little airport, that.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
They're going to be waiting for my mum, aren't they? Waiting on
Okay, so we've got 2 more to depart.
the road.
Okay, here we go. Got a good set this morning, haven't we? Really, really good. So, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. All the way back in 1932, the Air Ministry put in a proposal for a specification out there for aircraft manufacturers to develop something to their specification. It was indeed B932. They were seeking a twin-engine bomber for high performance, to be able to carry a 2,000-pound bomb, have a engines of 1,000 horsepower, and indeed there were two aircraft manufacturers that managed to fulfill this, and they ended up being very different in many ways, and they exceeded the expectations, or shall we say the specification. And it was indeed the Vickers and Handley Page that got the contract for the specification to build their twin-engine medium day bomber. It required a high performance than the predecessors. They did away with the likes of the Rolls-Royce Kestra engine. It was time. They really wanted a type of monoplane punching out 1,000 horsepower, away from the likes of like the Goshawk and the Rolls-Royce Kestrel that were around, you know, delivering around about 600 or so, 650 horsepower. And it was indeed B932 specification that they that they ended up with the Handley Page Hampden and the Vickers Wellington bomber. Now the Hampden was really the aircraft that dominated the skies during that time period here. It really was. It was the development, and a bit like the Vickers Wellington, sort of around the Cambridgeshire, Ely, that sort of part of England, those areas in Suffolk, it was around there. Now the Handley Page Hampden, on the other hand, was really dominating the Lincolnshire skies at the time, and it was 49 Squadron who received the very first one in 1938 in September at RAF Scampton. It had a 4,000-pound bomb load, and it had the Bristol Pegasus engines to deliver their 1,000 horsepower. Had a crew of through, but yes, as you can see, how thin, and a bit of a challenge for the crew, really. Yes, it had a lot of flaws, but you know, with you know, inventions and delivering future aircraft, you have to start somewhere. And the Hampden, with its radial engines, again, if you look at the Rolls-Royce, they had their inline V12s, etc. Engines, and it was time. You know, it was literally a case of the piston versus the inline. And the thing is, there are benefits to having both. Even Handley Page had the Dagger, the Napier Dagger engines, and it's exactly the same as this, and they called it the Handley Page Hereford, but it didn't go down too well. It was a little bit underpowered, so that got scrapped. I mean, it could do about 245, 247 miles per hour, 19,000 feet of service ceiling. It had guns at about 5 in total, possibly 6 with one fixed at the front, and it could carry a torpedo, and in total could carry 4,000 pound of bombs with this. And you know, it also had a variant for torpedo carrying, for mine laying as well, and it really did turn out to be a bit of a fighter bomber. It had quite a good maneuverability, although the perils of it and the the safety aspects inside, it had no armored plating. It was literally, if you get hit in here, it had no self-sealing tanks on the very first batches. I don't think they even did have them in the end. I'm not 100% sure, but I know that the earlier marks didn't have the self-sealing tanks. It was literally a flying suitcase, a flying tadpole. It had other names as well, and the design of the pilot folding seat to go inside there should the pilot get injured or worse the crew were in serious trouble. Parachutes weren't fitted to the pilots, the crew, sorry. They had to go and get it in this compartment. And it arrived here. It was the first aircraft here at Coningsby, which is why I'm showing you this. And this was the aircraft that arrived here first with 106 Squadron, and it was in February that it arrived with number 106 Squadron on the 23rd of February, and their markings were Zulu November here at Coningsby. This was their home. This was the first one, and sadly they did actually have a reputation for being, as opposed to percentage with losses, they had sadly a reputation to have the worst losses of any Hampden squadron. But this, you know, just like the Vickers Wellington having the sort of like the icon of Ely, Cambridgeshire, Suffolk, you know, around those areas, this here during the earlier periods of 38 to 40s was literally the Hampden, until the likes of the Stirling, Halifax, Lancaster, and of course in many cases here the Manchester was quite favoured, until it, of course, it was a bit of a disaster because the failure of that was indeed the engines. They did go into combat the following month straight away. The first raid, 1st to the 2nd of March, was Coningsby's first ever operation, their first sortie, their first bombing mission, which all aircraft came back safely. But sadly the second raid, the day after, or the night after shall we say, the 3rd into the 4th, sadly was the first loss of Coningsby, with all 4 crew sadly being lost. X3002 Hampden was one that was lost, all 4 crew perished, and that was Coningsby's first losses, the night of the 3rd into the 4th of March 1941. Coningsby was built 4th of November 1940, so nearly 85 years. Be 85 years tomorrow. So a happy birthday to Coningsby for tomorrow.
Here you are. Happy birthday to Coningsby.
So 97 Squadron joined 106 Squadron with the Avro Manchester, and we'll try and give you a little bit of info, if not maybe tomorrow, about that. I'll wait for everything to come back before I go into this room, because you know I'll miss all of it. Yeah, nice to have the sun out though, producing some moody effects. Just having a look now in the sky, see what we got. So yeah, 97 Squadron with Oscar Foxtrot had a very interesting aircraft, and I say interesting because of something disastrous turned into something beautiful. And I will try my best to try to explain it with one eye on, of course, the skies, because I'm expecting some typhoons to come back already. But there was something, for those that don't know the history of this particular aircraft, it was this specification was built with the specification of medium bomber, and it was indeed the Avro Manchester, and it was here with number Number 106 Squadron joined them. It was 97 Squadron that arrived with Oscar Foxtrot. And they joined here at Coningsby on the 15th of March. 15th of March 1941, Coningsby had 2 squadrons. And like I said and mentioned, that it was known as the, on the specification design level, was the Avro 679 Manchester. And it was built on the same specification as the Lancaster. It was P1336. For those that don't know, the letter P indicates, let's say, a medium bomber. Of course, this changes as we go into different eras, but B for like a heavy bomber or a heavier bomber at that time. F was for fighter. There was also naval they had N for naval. They had X, EX for experimental, or E for experimental, sorry. There was various letters to identify different things. They had A for the army, and the 13 and /36. So 36 is the year. So the / and then the 2 numbers will be the year. So our B932 was 1932, and what with 207 Squadron, they were the first to fly it, and the first ever flight was in 1939. It was introduced in 1940 at RAF Waddington with 207 Squadron. Their markings were Echo Mike, who are today flying the F-35B as an operational conversion unit. Now the reason, yes, okay, right, so there's a reason why I'm showing you the Lancaster, all right, because it was very, very similar to the Lancaster, extremely similar, very, very similar, everything about it. Now the Mark 1 Avro Manchester had a third stabilizer, a third tail, sorry. They had a third, it was a triple fins, all right, and it was about 1.5 meters shorter, the H, all right, it was about 1.5 meters, I believe it was, except the wingspan was about 90 feet, all right, because it was a twin engine bomber, and it was fitted with the Avro Vulture engine. Now on paper it sounded brilliant. On paper it had about 1760 horsepower per engine. I mean, it's Rolls-Royce, surely it should be good. It was indeed the engines, nothing to do with Roy Chadwick and AV Row crew. It was to do with the engines that were causing this to actually take more men than it would do in combat. Now, the actual development of this had a Mark 1A, and it did away with the third fin, so it ended up looking like a twin engine Lancaster, and I'll talk to you about that. Now the length was 70 feet on the Manchester, which is very, very similar to the Lancaster, okay, with that. So it's quite interesting to understand the closeness of the two together. It really is, with that. And the engines were overheating. The ball bearings used to overheat and cause issues with overheating engines and then causing them to catch fire. The propellers also used to get affected. The feathering used to overdo it, and again it used to cause all sorts of problems and cause the plane to lose control and sadly crash. So the length was about the same. Wingspan was 90 feet on the Manchester. The Manchester's service ceiling and speeds not too far out to the Lancaster itself. The maximum speed was about 265 on the Manchester with a range of 1,200 miles. It had the 8 guns and it could take 10,350 pounder bombs. Service ceiling on the aircraft was just over 19,000 feet. So there was about 206, I think it was, ever made. It didn't even see the end of the war. In fact, it was retired in 1942 because it kept being grounded. The engines were a serious issue, of course. It usually was on the inbound return. So after the bombing mission, they usually found that pilots would be radioing in saying engine 2 on fire, radio 1 also not, engine 1 not so very good. So the engines sounded great, these Vulture engines, but they were really not fit, and that was the end of those engines. It was supposed to go on a number of different bombers as well. It just didn't work out. So the Mark II Manchester tried to have improvements. Again, this was a total failure. So but the problem is, you're probably thinking, why then was it sent into combat? Listen, at the end of the day, we had Hampdens that were very risky stuff. We had underpowered Blenheims. We just didn't have a lot of power. Yes, the Wellington had a really good reputation, but we didn't have enough bombs to carry. The likes of the Sterling came out, and literally, I believe that the Manchester was literally just forced into the combat world, in my opinion. So what Roy Chadwick did and his crew at AV Row, they stuck the third tail back again. They got rid of the Vulture engines and added 4 new engines, a completely new engine, which was the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, the Merlin 20, and then of course it went to the 24s and so on and so on. It extended, of course, the wingspan by 6 for either side to add a total wingspan of 102 feet. And listen, the first ever prototype flying at Waddington in early 1941 was BT308, and it had the third fin, all right, and then DG595, they got rid of that fin, extended this by, I think it was a total of 1.5 meters each side. They extended that, but everything else was pretty much it. And ladies, gents, teddy bears, before it got the name, it was actually this very aircraft was called the Manchester Mark III, but I believe because of the reputation that the Manchester had, they did away with that and called it the Avro Lancaster. And there we go. And it eventually did arrive here at Coningsby with 617 Squadron, who were the first to operate it here. But the history is the fact that RAF Woodhall Spa, which is 5 miles down the road from here, the way the backwards crow flies, was actually a satellite station to Coningsby. And that is where technically Coningsby Squadron were operating the Lancaster at Woodhall Spa, because guess what? We only had grass runways here. Coningsby was built first with grass runways. So you couldn't have a Lancaster operating on a grass runway. So what they did, they built Woodhall Spa so that the crew from their B flight actually made a heavy conversion unit. All right, what does that mean? It's like an operational conversion unit, because they were only operating the Hampden and the Manchester. In fact, 106 Squadron converted to the Manchester as well. So with that in mind, when they converted to the Manchester, when it was grounded, they were actually operating Hampdens in the end, I know. Eventually, 106 Squadron had Wing Commander Guy Gibson as their commander here. But while they were operating the Manchester, the Lancaster for Coningsby was actually at Woodhall Spa, and they ended up closing the runways here at Coningsby in late, I think it was August 1942. I haven't been here for a while, have I? You can tell because I can't get the months right. And then it reopened in September. Now, during that time, and during bad weather, and during that time, they would operate the Lancasters out of Woodhall Spa while Coningsby was closed, right? They would also operate the Lancasters when it was bad weather here, when it was soggy. But in the meantime, Coningsby opened with 3 brand spanking new runway strips. That's right, in a hardened Class A configured runway, because at the end of the day, you need the right road for your vehicle. So the Lancaster would operate on hardened runway. So benefits of having the 3 runway strips as well is that you got 6 directions of travel. Here comes our aircraft coming in now. And Coningsby opened, but the 106 Squadron, they ended up moving, they went to Syerston first, and due to the delays, they went to RAF Metheringham. And you can make sure on your visit, not only do you visit the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight here and Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre as well, do visit Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre as well, and you'll see the markings Zulu November on their buildings there on the museum. And that's where they went until, I believe, let's have a look, 43 to 1946, I think they were there. And the number 97 Squadron. They obviously operated at Woodhall Spa in the end. And when the base finally reopened, it was indeed 617 Dambuster Squadron that arrived here and operated the Lancaster, along with, they swapped with 619 Squadron from Woodhall Spa as well. They swapped. We also had 61 Squadron here. Gosh, it really is a bit windy. The order of heavy bombers was first the Short Stirling bomber, which is the Royal Air Force's first ever 4-engine heavy bomber. Looks like a go around. Oh, and then the Halifax, and finally Christmas Eve, I believe, is when they got the Lancaster delivered in 1941, Christmas Eve, and went operational in January 42. Well, you could class Christmas Eve if you want. First Squadron number 44. Morning, how are you?
It's nice to meet you. I've heard your voice so many times.
Oh, hi, you're right.
Yes.
Good, good, good.
Anything going on?
Just the usual, I guess.
Oh, right.
Yeah, just the usual, which is all more than enough.
Why have you changed your van?
Sorry?
Why did you change your van?
Never changed the van.
I thought you had a transit before.
No, it's always been this for a few years. Yeah, before that was just a little car.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no, same van.
Must have been somebody else then with it. But that camera you've got is bloody brilliant.
Oh, it does its job. It does its job. So yeah, got a few Typhoons now starting to work their way back. So
Yeah.
enjoy.
We shall. Come back and sit there.
Yeah, enjoy. Keep warm, sir.
We shall.
Should have a few more Typhoons just coming back. Yeah, it is a tad windy, you could say the least. here we go. And one of the things that I forgot to tell you is that the Lancaster, of course, developing from the Manchester with its 10,000 pound of payload, the Lancaster was developed into becoming the most heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force inventory. It could take the 12,000 pound tall boy and even the 22,000 pound Grand Slam as well. It could take a lot. Nice. Oh, touch and go. Barely touched the ground as well.
Going round the circle.
Touch and go. Done with the landing. lovely control. position, causing a bit of drag to slow the aircraft down, and you'll see it in a moment on this one. Bit of aero braking here.
You doing? You alright?
How you doing, man?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good.
You alright?
Good.
Yeah.
Good, is he there?
Yeah, it's been alright actually today. Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. Things have been taking off.
Oh, yeah, we've got an hour or so.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll catch up with you later, man.
Yeah, man. See you in a bit. I've lost to come back. It's normal. It's a normal thing to See you later. Bye. See you, man.
Yeah.
Where you going tomorrow, mate? You need?
I don't know. Don't know yet. That looks like the Embraer ERJ 145. This is the corporate air travel CAT, so it will have call signs like Margol, Felix, and it's the abbreviation CAT, corporate air travel, and it's got the BAE Systems crew on there. Big shout out to BAE Systems, who play an absolute massive part here with Eurofighter and 29 Squadron as well. Hello.
As a QRA training.
There wasn't a QRA practice.
It said QRA training.
Oh right, okay, so they probably just practiced. Yeah, they did have the reheats on.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they turned them off about here.
Ah,
Yeah, they were on, I could see them, which was quite
Ah.
cool. Yeah, yeah, the practice one, yeah.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Yeah, I could just about see them.
Yeah, I was looking through the docks trying to see if they've got
there was
burners on.
I don't know if you noticed, there's a massive cloud of, like, all the water came off the runway. It was amazing.
Ah.
Yeah.
Trouble is, we've got the brow of the land here. Yeah.
Yeah, they get to practice it from over this side. Oh yes, Rolls-Royce, big shout out to them.
Great.
I don't know if you can hear that wind, it's absolutely awful. So I'll keep going for a little bit, I'll see how long I can stay on here for, but hope you've enjoyed today. It's been a really fun day. Just nice to get back here really and just to see all the Typhoons, and you know, it's always a special place. And I know I get asked this quite a lot, and I always give the same answer when people ask me, you know, where's your favourite place? We don't really have a favourite place, but this very place is special to us because without it, we wouldn't have started the channel. So it is very, yes, take care. Yeah, see you later. See you soon. And it is a very special place to us because, like I said, this is where it all started. So it'll always have that welcome home feeling, you know, welcome back. And it's nice. It's really, really good to have that. And the amount of, you know, friends that we've made on our journey here is quite phenomenal. Yes, see you later. Thank you. Oi, oi. Quick look in the skies, but let's have a quick look. Just if I've got anything. There is a Typhoon gunfighter. Oh, it's extremely windy here. Goodness me, I don't even know if my map can survive in this. This is excruciatingly busy. It probably, sorry for the pun, my map might actually just take off. Bless him, my old cat, bless him, he hated the wind, and do you know what? I totally agree with him. It is really annoying. Oh man, I mean, you can't. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna do this a little bit different. I'm gonna show you what the status of I'm gonna show you the status of what Lincolnshire looked like, because we've always said about you know, Bomber County, and I'm going to tell you that, you know, during the First World War, this was indeed fighter county. I don't believe there was an airfield of World War I here, but I'll give you, God, this is going to be a right work, this is. So this is Lincolnshire, England's second largest county, and I've got a little map here to show you the various airfields. Red are the World War I airfields of the Royal Flying Corps. There was a total of 38 in this vicinity, and you've also got in blue the World War II airfields, and there's also World War I. This was Brattleby, which we all know as Scampton. Anything with a red circle around it, like Digby, Cranwell, Spittlegate, Harlaxton. What else we got? North Coates. Up the top here we've got Goxill, Curtin, Lindsay. We've also got North Killingholme. These were Royal Flying Corps stations, or World War I airfields, that eventually turned into Royal Air Force stations, and you can see how close they were. In fact, on average they're about 7 miles. On average it was 7 miles between each Royal Air Force station during the Second World War. And during the end of the First World War, there was about 300 airfields during the First World War. Let me just put this map away, because it literally is about to take off, that map. Maybe if I put a Lancaster on there as well, that might stop it from see ya. So yeah, that was the status, and you know, we always think of just put that around there. We always think of you know, Lincolnshire as bomber county. Absolutely right, but it was also fighter county as well. You know, with the protection against the Zeppelin raids, and we do get asked, why are so many airfields, goodness me, built so close together? The thing is, there's a few answers to that, and it's evolution and an expansion. We needed the airfields, and you know, we're talking about 46 military airfields during the Second World War just in this county. We're looking at around about 600 in total during World War II as a whole country. 450 designated to the Royal Air Force and 150 to the United States Army Air Force, and here really served as a protection against the Zeppelin raid. So we had night fighters here with various aircraft factory FE-2Bs, so on and so on. We had quite a few biplanes taking on that fighter role, and it's amazing to think of biplanes and you know, wooden planes been, you know, knitted, literally threaded with special linen, and you know, we're talking about 160 horsepower engines, and then we got to the bombers that were made from biplanes, such as the Handley Page Hayford as well, with engines, you know, producing 550, 600, and then eventually 650. Fairey Hendon bombers, and then that evolution into the monoplane. It's amazing. We could talk all day about the evolution of aerial bombing and aerial combat, but luckily, like I said, there was an expansion program, because we only had 27 airfields left by 1924, which is a right drop, really. But many of the airfields were recalled for expansion by 1935. Airfields in the whole country began to rise again. You see, in 1933, when Hitler got into power, he made Air Chief Marshal Goring to become his Air Chief Marshal of their Air Ministry. However, the problem is, after the war, after the First World War, Germany were not allowed, it was prohibited to rearm. So how did they go around it? Like the Treaty of Versailles and even The Hague Switzerland actually trying to justify even an RAF bomber command. They were even trying to say, going against it as well. But Goring actually built his Luftwaffe in secret, building civilian. It was like a civilian industry. It's like, nothing to see here. These are just civilian aircraft. But they were dubbed as civilian, but they were actually military. I think by 1939, I think the Luftwaffe had about 8,000 aircraft, the largest air force the world had ever seen, all done in absolute secrecy. It was amazing, and airfields started to kind of, how do I say it? They kind of went with the times. Okay, so you got to remember we had grass runways. Goodness me, they had grass runways at first because we didn't really need hardened runways. We had hardened buildings and hard stands, yes, but you kind of developed what you had. You kind of suited the airfield to what you've got. Like basically, if you've got an F-35B or a Harrier, you're going to need landing pads, right? Now with grass runways, you may have seen it in movies, a little overhead bird's eye view shot of an airfield getting bombed, and the little Spitfires. They could basically, grass runways did have benefits. They could, a Spitfire could find a stretch of land to take off from. It was simple as that, and that was the reality. And even Bomber Command, when established in 36, we also had Fighter Command, also Coastal Command as well, and eventually Training Command as well. But you suit your airfield to suit what you've got. And plans to build Coningsby were made in 1937, and it eventually got built, and it will be 85 years tomorrow, on the 4th of November, which is kind of nice, which is kind of cool to you know, to think about that. That's kind of nice. So birthday, I wish it was today because we're here, but we're not. But it took until 1941 for the first squadron to arrive, and that was 106 Squadron. They arrived on the 15th. They arrived on the 23rd of February 1941. They went into combat, as we said, the following month, the 2nd into the 3rd, the 1st into the 2nd, and then the 3rd into the 4th. They went straight into 2 consecutive night sorties, with the loss, their first ever loss, Coningsby suffered. Was on the raid of the 3rd to the 4th. It was X3002. We won't forget that because I always like to highlight, for those who don't know, the Handley Page Hampden. This was the first ever aircraft to operate here at Coningsby, the Handley Page Hampden, which we gave you a little tour of earlier today. And 97 Squadron joined Coningsby on the 15th of March. Now, the marking, Zulu November was 106 and Oscar Foxtrot was 97. But they came here, like I said, with the Avro Manchester, and I gave you a good, literally a good introduction of what happened to the Manchester, how bad it was and its failure, but how it evolved into the Avro Lancaster, which was actually absolutely amazing. And the thing is, you've got to remember that what we had, Blenheims at the time, we had the Hampdens, we've got the Wellington bombers, but they kind of like were specialised in number 3 group, because here with Bomber Command it was indeed number 5 group. Each group had their roles. Like you may have heard number 8 group, the Pathfinders, 100 group, they dealt with electronic counter measure, the electronic warfare side of things, and countermeasures. And so each group had their own specific area and region. I think number 6 group, I could be wrong because I don't really talk about 6 group, but I will do soon. Hint, hint. 6 group. I think 6 group may have been Yorkshire and Halifax's, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, put it in. If I'm right, fair enough. It's something we don't because of the region that we're in all the time. And 106 Squadron eventually as well, they eventually converted to the Manchester as well. But when the Manchester was having so many problems, they actually carried on with their they carried on with the Hampdens. They actually did that, which was quite amusing to say the least. But of course, Coningsby started to think about having the new bomber, the Avro Lancaster as well. Now, during this time, Coningsby's 106 Squadron was to have a new wing commander. I know, aged just 23. Had a bit of a reputation. His name, like you all know, became Wing Commander Guy Gibson, and he was here with 106 Squadron. So many of you may not know that. He already had 4 aerial victories to his name. He didn't like desk jobs. He didn't want it, and as well as having a bit of a reputation, people didn't think of him in a nice way because he was, I believe, the youngest Wing Commander that the RAF ever had, I think, or at least with Bomber Command. And he had that stigma, but he proved himself because he got himself back into flying with so many consecutive bombing raids. He took part, I think he took part in the last 1,000 bomber raid because I believe he was ill on the May one, but I could be wrong there. And the idea of him having and making such an impact, because 106 Squadron had a really bad reputation of being the worst Hampden losses squadron. They were the worst squadron for losses with the Hampdens. And you know, when Guy Gibson, Wing Commander Guy Gibson, took to the controls here, he basically was making a name for himself, and he improved the squadron highly. That the Air Ministry saw this as a potential because they were already thinking about a special squadron, Squadron X, working with Sir Barnes Wallace, who already made the Vickers Wellington's geodetic airframe. He made a bomb called the Upkeep. Now that's the code name for the bouncing barrel. There was another one, and I always get it wrong. I'll probably get it wrong again. The hardball. Is it hardball? I can never remember whether it's highball, hardball. Final answer, I'm going with highball. It was another bouncing bomb, like a giant snooker ball. The idea with that was for 618 Squadron. You may not have heard of 618 Squadron, but they were developing a bouncing ball to destroy the Tirpitz with it, but I believe they scrapped that and it didn't go ahead. But Squadron X at RAF Scampton in secrecy became 617 Dambuster Squadron, and that's when Guy Gibson moved. And the reason for that, because Coningsby closed its runways because they were getting and expecting the Lancaster, and they built in 1942 that way, 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow, was indeed RAF Woodhall Spa. Now, Scampton is always resonates with 617 Squadron, but did you know it was actually Woodhall Spa that 617 Squadron did their most operations from? Now, that said, Woodhall Spa was the satellite, just like Mildenhall was the main station, and the satellite stations, they had more than one actually, had Lakenheath, Newmarket, Heath and Tuddenham. So it was a chance for the Lancaster and Coningsby's runways to be upgraded, because Coningsby was built with grass runways at first, so they needed hardened runways for their Lancaster. So what they did, they closed the runway and then started to operate at Woodhall Spa. When it was closed, the squadrons, of course, they moved. 97 Squadron eventually made Woodhall Spa a permanent residence for them, and eventually 106 Squadron went to Syerston and then went to Metheringham. So we got to that far with our history earlier today. And with that in mind, there were conversion units to train the airmen, and what they did, they split into their B flight. They made a heavy conversion unit, so a bit like an operational conversion unit, which they did. So they actually made a almost like a training unit to train, because don't forget, these were twin engine bombers of the Manchester. They needed to train to go on to the Lancaster, which they did. During really bad weather as well, they would also operate out of Woodhall Spa as well. Eventually the runways opened. Coningsby had a Class A configured runway, and if you remember, the Air Ministry, as I've mentioned before, they put out a specification that all airfields from December 1940 that were destined and designated to Bomber Command would have hardened Class A configured runways. Hardened runways suitable for the heavy bombers. Eventually, 617 Squadron were the first to operate here at Coningsby on the new runways, and other squadrons started to operate. There were lots of various squadrons operating here with the Lancaster. 619 swapped with 617. Eventually we had 61 Squadron, and then when we got to like 1944, another legendary aircraft arrived at Coningsby. Flying Tree. The Flying Tree, the legend, which nearly didn't make it. I mean, Sir Geoffrey de Havilland, legend, kept going with this. Now this was literally, had a few nicknames: the Wooden Wonder, the Flying Tree. Trees became this, and he didn't give up because, as I mentioned earlier, oh, we got a couple of incoming. The Air Ministry thought that wood, going back to wood, was regressive. Going back to wood was like a no. Metal had to be the way forward with aircraft. But why? Who says? Well, Geoffrey de Havilland thought, no, trust me, this is going to work. In fact, they were worried, you know, dubbed as a bomber, what, with no protection? It didn't have any, like, rear, you know, turrets and things like that, like a bomber would have, made out of wood. They laughed. They thought, no way, we're regressing. This is the Air Ministry. We're going forward. We've been building Lancasters. But Geoffrey de Havilland was like, no, you're wrong. So what they did, they actually started the Mosquito as a reconnaissance aircraft first. I think it was specification B140 was the specification. But Geoffrey de Havilland kept going, and you know what? It hit home when steel and metal was really prioritised for the Merlin engines to go in the Spitfires and bombers, Lancasters, and of course not only the engines but to build them. There was, you know, it was becoming a bit of a shortage of metal. Aircraft weren't quick enough, bombers weren't quick enough. And that's where the Mosquito came into effect. Well, you don't need metal for this. It was a bit sidelined because, of course, it did require Merlin engines on them. And the other thing is, factories designated for the Mosquito, well, they were everywhere. They were in people's gardens. So it was amazing history with the de Havilland Mosquito. Introduced finally in 1941, it played a variety of roles. And it's all thanks to the perseverance of Geoffrey de Havilland. He really kept going with it. The Mosquito arrived here in late, sort of in 1944. And first operating with 105 Squadron at Swanton Morley. And the good thing about the Mosquito is that it didn't have a specific factory to build them all. If you were a coffin maker, if you were specialising in making furniture, any carpentry, then you would be allocated to make the Mosquito. So there wasn't a specific factory. We're talking about teachers making them, coffin makers, people that make sheds, anything to do with wood, with its amazing construction as well. It was made with balsa wood sandwiched between layers of birch as well. That was another clever thing to coat, because at the end of the day, wood can warp, and the way around it was to make this sort of sandwich system with birch plywood was quite phenomenal. And the thing is, it really excelled itself. So when we got to 42, 1943, you know, de Havilland made a point. Can it do a reconnaissance? Yes, it can. Can it go 450 miles per hour? Yes, it can. Can a Lancaster do that? No, it can't. You know, it was basically a multi-role. It was almost like the Typhoon of today. You know, can it just go into a bomber role? Yes, it can. Was it accurate? Yes, it had guns, and it was amazing because you can dedicate your guns here. The amazing amount of rockets and bombs that it can have, up to 8. Look at them. It was amazing. And you know, it had so many things that it could do. It was not uncommon for it to fly treetop level and come back with there was stories of coming back with telegraph lines in their wires and bits and pieces. It was flying at 20 foot for strafing and all this kind of stuff. And it's all thanks to perseverance, because you know, Geoffrey de Havilland believed in it. The Air Ministry thought, wood, we're going backwards, we need to go forwards, it's steel now. But at the end of the day, this proved itself. For me, its rival would probably have been the P-38, but you know, depending on what you what operations that this can do, but this certainly proved itself, and this certainly, you know, was nearly written out the history books if it wasn't for de Havilland just keep persevering with it. And it eventually, because of its speed and accuracy, was then played in the Pathfinder, which is why you'll find this being in number 8 group of Bomber Command and a Pathfinder role. Pathfinder, literally, it wasn't just solely to the Mosquitoes. It would be aircraft flying in front of the bomber stream, dropping these flares. There was a countermeasure for that, by the way. But firstly, the flares would light up the target for the main bomber stream to hit the targets, because at the end of the day, bombing at night wasn't that great. It wasn't accurate, and I've mentioned this before. It takes 7.5 seconds for a Lancaster to drop all its bombs. 7.5 seconds. Just think, if the Lancaster's going 200 miles per hour, okay, just think how far that would have flown in 7.5 seconds. So that first bomb to the last bomb. So not all the bombs hit their target, if any. So the Pathfinder force were very crucial to drop a flare on the targets, but there was also a countermeasure to try and get the flares burnt out. There was a countermeasure on the ground, but it's doing that on time, and this really was an absolute amazing aircraft. In 1953, Coningsby had its first ever jet aircraft as well, was the English Electric Canberra. So it made a new era, going into the jet era as well, which was amazing. They didn't have any English Electric Lightnings, although they do have 2 here. One at 29 and one at 11. Why? Because those squadrons flew the English Electric Lightning. So that was that era. And then in 1964, something extraordinary happened. If we feast our eyes over there you would have had the Vulcan, Avro Vulcan V2s just positioned down there. Oh yes, believe it or not. That was just for 2 years in 1962 to 64. Just 2 years, 1962 to 64, the Avro Vulcan. And then eventually we started to see a variety of aircraft through the years as well. From Jaguars to Harriers with 41 Squadron. In 1976, the arrival of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight took place here. In 1969, I know I've skipped forward, but in 1969, that was a new era for Coningsby. It became a fighter town because the number 6 Squadron arrived with the Phantoms here, taking away that bomber role that it had since 1940. And that was the beginning of something new, with 56 228 becoming the OCU of the Phantom. Eventually in the late 60s, at Wattisham, they were replacing the English Electric Lightning, which was playing the intercept QRA role, and some of the squadrons that were here actually went over to RAF Wattisham to fulfill that role. There was also 29 Squadron who were a fighter with the Phantom that was actually here as well. And then 1983, 29 Squadron came back to become the first operational squadron to operate the Tornado F3 as well. And then it was another era. The Tornado era started to arrive. And then, of course, things get replaced. And it was time for the Typhoon. The Typhoon arrived at BAE Warton Aerodrome, number 17 Squadron, and then 29 Squadron. And eventually, in May 19th, 2005, number 17 Squadron arrived here with the Typhoon, then followed by 29, who was chosen to become the operational conversion unit, and 3 fighter, 11 fighter arrived, and then followed by 41, who become the test and evaluation squadron, until finally number 12 Squadron became the joint Qatari Emirai Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. And that was in 2020. And that's all our squadrons here today. Right, I'm going to go and get a cup of tea. Oh. Hello. Yeah, how you doing? All right? Good.
I'd like to talk about the last system behind that.
Okay.
Thursday last week, we went over about. Okay. This is we got there, Chinook from over and flew over. Oh. They fly over our house all the time.
Safe journey. Yeah. See you in a bit.
Good luck.
Okay, thank you. It's a bit breezy here. So welcome to the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears. How we doing? Hope we're all good and well. Oh, lovely. Cool, cool, cool. Like to hear stuff like this. This is a nice little shout out here. We've got a little shout out to Alan Davis, who's had 25 years of service in the Royal Air Force. Big shout out to her hero dad from Donna. There we go. And hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the show. What time we got now? Just gone midday. Edward Coates, you're welcome. Yeah, do you know what? I really struggle to concentrate when wind is just battering me. I really lose my stance. I don't know what it is. I don't know if you're the same. I don't know if it's just me. It really does affect me. It really does annoy me. I'm trying to concentrate and I'm just getting bashed about by the wind. It's really annoying. So I'm just trying to work out if that's everything back. I believe it is. At the moment, I'm currently going for a phase of Earl Grey. I'm loving my Earl Grey at the moment. It's a little bit of a comfort. I tried this really nice tea as well that I got in Bath. It was it's something like vanilla Hawaii cinnamon. Tastes a bit like the chai. It's quite nice. Very good. See, Kevin, that's a really good question, and I'll tell you what, I came across something really cool the other day. And so Kevin's asked how long was the de Havilland Mosquito in operation. But I came across the Havilland Hornet, right? And on closer inspection, I was having a look at it, and it really played a major part, the Mosquito, in Burma and Borneo and Southeast Asia. It really, I mean, it didn't just end here in the European theatre of operations. Many squadrons used the Mosquito out in the Far East. It was the perfect aircraft. But there was also a de Havilland Hornet. Now, just to give you an idea, the de Havilland Mosquito officially retired in 1963, and I could not believe there was a de Havilland Hornet. It was literally a single-seater. And if you have a look at the nose, it's you know, if you were to flick a book and you just saw the Havilland Hornet, which was a DH-103, you probably would just think, oh, a mosquito. But if you have a look at it closely, have a look at the canopy and the real pointy nose, because it was a single seat fighter aircraft. It was land and both naval based fighter aircraft. They made about 383 and retired as early as 56. I'm not sure how successful it was because I only seen it for a very, very brief period of time. Entered service the Hornet with 64 Squadron at RAF Horsham St Faith, and the 19 Squadron as well at Wittering. We also had the Havilland Hornets at Wittering. 41 Squadron also operated them along with 65 Squadron. Were based at Church Fenton. Also at Molesworth with 226 becoming the operational conversion unit. I need to kind of have a little look a little bit more in depth, but it was also, it flew in conjunction with the Avro Lincoln, which, you know, it's in 1954, for example, 2 Hornets from RAF Typhoon were the first to arrive on the scene of a shoot down as well. And it also was used by the Royal Navy when it had the folding wings. But I'll tell you something, it looks amazing. It really is an amazing aircraft. It looked phenomenal. And I'm going to have a little bit more. I'm going to have a little bit more of read about the Hornet. They didn't make that many. Not, you know. I know it's. Oh gosh, goodness me. It's very close. Have a look at the canopy and the nose. It's quite pointy. Why? Because it gave a better view of the for the pilot. It was a single seater, and it gave a much better. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me just have a look at the. Let me just type this in. I'm going to have a look at the difference in payload quickly. Give me 1 second. It used the Rolls-Royce Merlin 130. I'm just going to have a look at the payload difference. It was a lot faster by about 60 miles per hour faster than the de Havilland. 41,500 feet service ceiling. It could take 8 60-pound unguided rockets. The armament looked like the 4 Hispano cannons, along with it looked like it could take a lot more by the look of it. 2,000 pounders and 8 60-pounders. Looks like it'd take just a little bit more. And the reason for this, so you may know Just Jane, the NX611, and our PA474, which is now at Duxford. You may know that it's got different radiators. It was built for the Far East. In fact, they were modifying. I believe PA474 didn't have a top turret, and I don't think NX611 did. There was no need for it, but they were being modified to have. I've actually got a model of a 22,000 pound carrying Lancaster, which would have had the markings Yankee Zulu for 617 Squadron, although they were Alpha Juliet. Just bear in mind, with squadron markings, they changed after the war. So the markings that you know of during the Second World War, after the Second World War, so from 1945, they had different markings. They changed them completely. Anyway, back to the evolution. So the Lancasters were being modified, and so they would have had I think the armour plating stripped out, top turret removed, and this is the case anyway for the Dambuster raids. They modified the Lancaster so it could take the bouncing barrel bombs upkeeps. What was I going to say? They were modified, but in the end, but the thing is, having all that weight meant that it couldn't fly and manoeuvre as well. In fact, it took pretty much the whole of the runway for it to take off with a 22,000 pound Grand Slam. So what they did eventually, Roy Chadwick and A.V. Rowe, they decided to think, hang on a minute, let's just make an Avro Lincoln. That's what they named it, which was 120 feet wingspan, so 18 foot, larger wingspan, more like stronger, more powerful engines, suitable, specifically able to carry that kind of stuff rather than modifying what we've got, right? So with that in mind, this is why the B-29 kind of took over. In fact, the RAF ordered something like 87 or so of Boeing Washingtons, which I totally forgot, by the way, was actually operating here in the 50s. The Boeing Washingtons. Totally forgot to tell you, a Boeing Washington is a B-29. See what the wind does to me? It's a B-29, but the RAF designated it. I've actually got one which I've shown on the show. So there was a lot of planning involved, and the de Havilland Mosquito was made for one thing, and then they developed the Hornet. It is amazing. Have a look at the Hornet. A little bit of research for you to have a look at, but it amazes me the thinking behind trying to modify an aircraft where you can just build a completely different one. But have a look at the Hornet, because I think that's quite a special aircraft. Made about 380 made, and they were pretty good by the look of it, and the Royal Navy were operating, and I didn't even know off the top of my head that they had them at Wittering as well. Really cool. So it was basically, they made a night fighter version as well of it. Just trying to remember if that was the right amount. Did I get that right? The amount made 383. There you go. Development. Yeah, have a look. I'm gonna do a little bit of. They did, and I've got a feeling. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it was made. Was it made out of wood? Just quickly, I'm pretty sure the Hornet then developed into the Vampire. Have a look at that, because I think that's. And then you got the Venom as well, and the Sea Vixens and all this kind of stuff that was going on. Have a look, because I think that could be the case. Was it made out of wood? Good question. Was the Hornet made out of wood? I don't really know. That's a good question, isn't it? Similar. I actually don't know. Was it made out of wood? I'm going to have to find that out. I don't even know. Literally, I only came across it the other day, and it said de Havilland Hornet, and I was thinking, looks like a mosquito to me, but there you go. Really cool stuff, man. I love learning about all this kind of stuff, and I know you all appreciate it as well. The Havilland Hornet was made of wood. Actually, saying that, looking at the wings, does the Hornet have almost clipped wings? I think the wings are slightly different. I believe they are, yeah. The wings are slightly clipped, probably for faster turn rate as well. Anyway, another interesting aircraft. Yeah, amazing, isn't it? All these wonderful aircraft. What else did I find the other day that was kind of cool? Oh, what was it? Oh yeah, the oh, what was it? The oh goodness me, I've totally. Hang on a minute. I totally forgot. Hang on a minute. The Warwick, that's it. The Vickers Warwick. See, I was wondering what that was, and the Vickers Warwick, it was exactly like the Wellington bomber, and it was used in. They nearly gave it to Coastal Command, but it was in the same area, and it was named after, of course, the British town or city. Sorry, Warwick. Sorry, city. and it was designed, of course, by Vickers Armstrong, and it was intended to serve as a sort of like a counterpart of the Wellington bomber. They share the same construction, designs, the whole concept, but the Warwick was delayed, and I was just trying to think why they built it. And I'm trying to remember if they built it for Transport Command in the end. I know Coastal Command were going to operate it, but eventually it became a Transport Command aircraft. So it was kind of like a bomber that was turned into a non-bombing aircraft, I guess. But it was some of these aircraft are quite you know, spectacular. It's like you take the Hampden and the Hereford, for example, 2 different engines in them, different names. Amazing. It did have guns on it though. Had about 8 303 Brownings on the Warwick. Didn't have any bombs because the idea was to make. The idea at first was like a civilian or a counterpart, but it didn't take off. Sorry for the pun. Didn't go too very well. But they made about 846. Retired. Don't know when it retired, can't remember that one, but there we go. Lovely to have all these wonderful aircraft that we can just you know, get stuck in and find out all about them. Amazing. But it didn't turn out to be a replacement, the Wellington. Don't forget that. The Wellington had its own. The Wellington went on to be the most produced RAF bomber of World War II, with 11,461 made in 16 different variants. Started off with a Pegasus engine. Mark II had the Rolls-Royce Merlin, and then after that, it started. Mark III's had the Bristol Hercules, a 1500 horsepower. There were various marks of Hercules through the years. There was even a Pratt & Whitney version of the Wellington, but the Wellington was the main bomber. The Warwick wasn't a replacement. It was really, well, it certainly didn't work out that way for it, and the Wellington went on to have a pretty reasonable, good career with that. Yeah, I know Coastal Command were interested with it. Goodness me, Ted, is your beret going to be all right in this? Yeah, well, Ted's going to have to go without his beret on this one. It is really bad out here. Ted, hang in there, mate. Living the dream, Mark Joyce. Oi, top man for braving the +3 winds today. Keep on living the dream, mate. Oh, yeah. Paul Electronics, how you doing? Nikos and Ted, you do a fantastic job with the streaming. I enjoy watching your live streams very much. Thank you very much. Ali Leyden, thank you for the super sticker. Roger Payne, thank you and congratulations on 2 years membership. Oi TCS, Ted HQ, great stuff. Chili Beef, member for 60 months. Good morning. Hope that wind keeps the rain away. Thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, a Guards March. Alex Raven with 13 months membership. Oh yeah. And it's been amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much for your 13 months membership. Ted's just hanging in there, mate. You're going to be all right. Nope, he's off. I love the way he just toddles along there. But yeah, have a look at the Havilland Hornet and the story with it. Amazing stuff. How we all doing? Dieter Gikeri, absolutely, and that's another aircraft that I was it the first? I could be wrong. The Whirlwind, that's another one. Was the Whirlwind the first twin-engine fighter of the Royal Air Force? I could be wrong. And I mean, literally, I'm flicking through this whole book of World War II, and I came across a Whirlwind. And the reason why I came across it was literally the Char Me Down Lost Airfields episodes that I'm working on, and it sounds like the aircraft suffered more to do with the engines. Again, I think it was the Rolls-Royce Peregrine. I think it was the Rolls-Royce Peregrine that kind of went out of... hiya, you're right. It kind of like... what's the word I'm looking for? It's age, isn't it? It kind of didn't get a contract or something like that. It was the engine. That particular Rolls-Royce engine was kind of... I forgot the word I'm looking for, but you know, I think it was down to the engines. And did it retire in 1942? I think it was. It was literally all thanks to this particular engine, a bit like the Vulture, the Rolls-Royce Vulture, the failing of that. But you know, you got to give it to Rolls-Royce, because you're going to make mistakes. You're going to make things that are just not quite right. They need tweaking. They need time. And I do believe the Manchester was put in combat just because we didn't have anything suitable. They were great on paper and just didn't deliver on that aircraft. And I believe the Rolls-Royce Peregrine suffered a financial issue with it. I think that's the word I was looking for. But yeah, a really cool looking, you know, quite a nice looking fighter. And again, when I'm flicking through, I'm trying to absorb as much info as possible. Christopher Carr, thank you. Yeah, the Westland Whirlwind was really cool. Looked like a really nice looking aircraft. See ya! Martin Hamlin, thank you very much for the books as well, thank you. Yeah, they were good books, thank you very much. I'll get stuck in. Yes, there is a helicopter, indeed, very much so. Westland Whirlwind. Not the Wessex, by the way, the Westland Whirlwind. Amazing. First flew in 1938. One of the fastest combat aircraft in the world at the time. And that was on our, we've got a Lost Airfields episode, and we do mention the Whirlwind. I didn't go into too much extent to it, but it is mentioned at Char Me Down. And I was really excited when I was doing a bit more research about RAF Char Me Down, because I thought that I hit somewhere where it was going to be the first place to operate the P-61 Black Widow. It was going to be. The squadrons were there. The first squadron was there as well, the night squadron that was going to operate the P-61, but there was delays and it went to Yorkshire in the end. So I was like, oh, never mind. Thanks for joining us, Williams88. Edward Coates, how you doing? Hope you're good as well. Alex Black Cat, Dr. Soda. Hope we're all good. So yeah, this week I'm going to be dodging the weather. Sadly, I won't be able to get you 5 streams, but I'll do my best to try and get you another show this week, hopefully tomorrow. ERJ145, part of the ERJ family. Can take 50 passengers. Get a good 37,000 feet service ceiling. It's AE3007 engines, Rolls-Royce AE3007. It's a 24 bladed 98 centimetre diameter fan in there. 2-stage high pressure, 3-stage low pressure. Takeoff thrust. It's got a range of 7,580 to 9,500 pounds of thrust. Pretty good. It's got a good climb rate on this. So we're looking at about 8,917 pounds of thrust on this. There are other variants, of course. Got a range of 2,000 nautical miles, which is amazing. Max speed 531 miles per hour. If you prefer that in Mach, it's Mach 0.8. So this will be allowed to backtrack, and if it's got personnel in there, or even if it hasn't, it usually does a 180 before the the RAG, or the arrestor cable, or the rotary hydraulic arrestor gear. That's what RAG stands for. And it will do a 180 because you don't want to spill your coffee, you know, because it'll cause a bit of a bump. It's the same with a lot of aircraft as well. There's some aircraft that don't really like to go over the arrestor cable. It will damage the gear as well. It can cause the sensors to go a little bit emotional, to say the least. So this is called a backtrack, where you can use the runway in the opposite direction of it in use. Don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Let's try and get 1,000 likes again. And of course, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Oh yeah, 118k. It's a bit of Waddington there. Big, giant, juicy lorry. Just that wind is horrible. I think we got a bit of the same tomorrow, although got some emotional rain coming. Man. Probably doing 180 in a sec. If not, it's gone over the rag. It's got a really good climb rate as well, I find, this aircraft. Right, let's try and hang on for dear life. Oh, the wind's just stopped for 2 seconds, so I can just grab the camera a little bit. Trying to zoom in and trying to keep still in this wind is impossible. Hiya, you alright?
I've got a question for you.
Yes.
I'm a member of the British Aerobatic Association.
Oh, right, okay.
And next year, we're looking
cool.
to try and promote some more events.
Oh, right.
So we've got some get into aerobatics events.
Oh, wow. Whereabouts?
I'm not sure where the calendar's going to be yet. Would you be interested in possibly registering at one of those events?
Absolutely. Shall I give you my card, sir?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Andy Lynch.
Andy Lynch.
I'll have a chat. Yeah, I'll have a chat with them.
Yeah,
but
okay.
What we're trying to do is promote aerobatics and people to start learning aerobatics.
There you go.
Cheers.
Thank you.
And obviously we've got our own website, but we don't live stream anything at the moment.
Okay.
But it might be a good way to get it out there because you've got a big fan base.
Yeah. I'm doing Cosford officially next.
All right, good.
So that's,
Yeah.
that's probably one of the.
And we've got plenty of people that could sort of, get people to explain to people sort of in between the, get weather hole or something, how we draw out the aerobatic sequences.
Yeah, sounds great.
And stuff like that. So
Yeah.
there'll be lots of little bits that you can edit together.
Yeah, that sounds good as well.
Put a bit in.
Sure, that sounds brilliant. I'll be up for that. Yeah,
perfect.
sure.
I'll have a chat with them. Just had mentioned to me
Okay.
we do glider aerobatics as well. And I think the plan next year at the Get Into Aerobatic events is to do a demonstration of power aerobatics at a glider event and a demonstration of glider aerobatics at a power event.
Sounds good.
So, you know, we're sort of trying to gear it up to years. Well, since I started doing aerobatics in 2013, COVID and
Yeah, that really
everything else is
took a
really
toll on
killed it.
everything.
Yeah. There's less sites. One kilometre box.
Right, gotcha.
Effectively in the
Did,
sky.
yeah.
And you can't have anything within that area underneath. So if there's a house there or a factory, you can't use that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sites where we had a little farmhouse. We said, how'd you like to go to London? We'll pay for it anyway.
Yeah, sure. If there's any that I can
Can't
do,
do that.
I'd be delighted to do it. Yeah.
At least we'll make contact, then
yeah.
we can negotiate.
That sounds good. There is a contact on the website.
Yeah.
It's got my email. So just send me an email.
Typically they'll run Friday, Saturday or Friday, Sunday.
Nice.
Certainly the game where back to the we sort of put those different levels, so right through club, right through to usually advanced. Not always an unlimited demonstration of unlimited sequence.
Gotcha. Oh wow.
So,
Amazing.
yeah.
That sounds good.
I would say, do you live in Coningsby or?
I'm only an hour away.
Oh, right.
Direction.
Oh, right. Oh, my sister's tomorrow.
Yeah, oh,
Goes
cool.
down Burley Road.
Yeah.
So,
Probably out and about. I'm not sure where. I'm just trying to have a look at the weather.
yeah.
Just good stuff, yeah.
In the next week. But looking at the Met Office forecast, it's got sort of like little wispy bits, which by the time you get to Wednesday or Thursday, it might not even happen.
Yeah.
Or it might just move the whole band further south. You might get a whole lot.
That's why I leave it last minute.
Yeah.
It's so it changes overnight.
Yeah.
Literally. You can't really.
Do you use a weather radar much? too?
Yeah, I use that and the Met Office one
Yeah.
as well, and it's like I try and combine them both.
Yeah.
It's
Or you can try to hit
I know, and then like in the morning, better than it was. It's like just good. Off we go. All right, well,
Right,
lovely.
I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Yeah, thank you
Thanks
very much. Thank you. Right, I'm back. How are we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and we're live here at RAF Coningsby, Ted's home, Ted HQ. Hope we're all good and feeling well. And so we got startups on our Eurofighter Typhoon FGR4. So welcome to the show. So we got Typhoons have just started up. Goodness me, it's so windy. Welcome to the show, welcome to RAF Coningsby, home of the Typhoon FGR4, stands for Fighter Ground Attack Reconnaissance. And earlier today I gave you a little rundown on the Typhoon, all the parts, bits and pieces. I told you about the 4 countries that operate it, the 2 countries that emit the Pirate IRST. Here it is, that's right. The infrared search and track. Germany and Austria do not have, they opted out of this, what looks like a CCTV camera. It is pretty much a camera for nighttime. The captor inside here used to have the manual captor, developed from Marconi's ECR90, but the latest and greatest in technology is the Captor E, which Typhoons, I believe, are getting upgraded to them. Can't tell you which ones, but inside that radome started off officially as the Captor developed by Marconi, and it could lock onto targets 160 kilometers away and 300 kilometers away for larger aircraft, with prioritizing on about 6 out of the 20 to 30 targets. So this is like your battlefield zone. This can give you a full battlefield spectrum, and the actual electronic Captor E moves automatically. It's the active electronically scanned array, and to assist that, the Eurofighter, with the exception of the German and Austrian with the IRST, this can track at night, infrared, search and seek and track targets in poor visibility and nighttime as well, which is why here the radome is painted a slightly different grey. You shouldn't mess with it, and of course you've got a high frequency antenna up here as well. Made in 4 different countries: left wing Italy, right wing Spain, centre part of the fuselage made in Germany, and the front section and the cockpit made in Britain, and the rear parts, including the tail, you've got Britain and Italy as well, making up the Eurofighter consortium. An idea that was put into proposal in the 60s to come up with something that can dominate the skies as a fighter. And of course, with this in mind, in 1994 the first flight took to the skies. It is run literally by a flight control system, an FCS. That's basically your 4 main computers. The data that's picked up by the special little ADPs here, the aircraft data pitos, they sit under here, which is why you see these 2 red covers, make it look like a little smile, to cover these tiny little metal triangles here, which basically has all the data for those computers. Without that computer, this would fall out the sky. It literally is completely unstable. Just to put it into perspective, an aircraft that doesn't have fly-by-wire, basically an FCS, manually input. If it's flying in a straight line, pilot doesn't have to do anything. If a pilot needs to do a aileron roll, that's a bit of input from the pilot there. With an FCS fly-by-wire, if an aircraft is flying in a straight line, those computers are working hard. So that's the difference, okay? Leaving the pilot to do all sorts of maneuvers, to do various maneuvers without having to worry about it. The Typhoon, made of carbon composite, and with that in mind, with its powerful EJ200 engines producing 20,000 pounds of thrust each with preheat, basically in 8 seconds it can release the brakes, and in 8 seconds it can climb 50, 60 into a vertical climb. Speeds about 185 miles per hour when it does this, and then 22 seconds later it can go supersonic. And the beauty is, because it's a very lightweight 24,000 pound empty weight aircraft with carbon composite, it has an amazing thrust to weight ratio, even fully loaded with fuel as well. So here you got the drogue the probe envelope. This will eject out so that it can refuel in mid-air. And then it closes up and goes back. Acrylic canopy as well. The whole fuselage, just to give you an idea, this has 30 kilometers of cabling inside here. The wings held on by special 6 bolts on each wing. Left wing Italy, right wing Spain, as we mentioned. Amazing amount of cabling, and each one at the factory has been entered not only with who actually installed the parts, but also the actual rivet machine, or the crimping machine, the riveting machine, whatever you want to call it. Each tool has to be registered as well, just in case there's a faulty tool. The intakes, as we mentioned before, it's an S-duct system. Basically, the engines are up here, so it's shaped like a letter S. If you were to look into my intakes. You can't see them because it's shaped like a letter S, but that's enough about the Typhoon model, because we've got the real thing about to taxi out now for departure. A lot of people ask me, where's the cannon? It's a BK-27 Mauser cannon, fires from inside here. The grill is here for it. Anyway, back to the real thing. Why not? So we'll catch a few more departures before Ted and I finish up for the day. That was just a few bits and pieces. I normally give you a full view, but we've been nicely interrupted by real typhoons taking on. Here's one we made earlier. I love that. How you doing? Welcome to the show. Charlie Bravo, Ellie J, Davey, Mark Moody, Mike Causer, Margot, Alan Gates, Anonymous, Christopher Guy. How's it all going? Hope you're all good. Oh, another one. Aspen, how you going? Welcome. What up, man? Chris Bloxham, Simon Mochon. I think we got Mayhem Marshy as well somewhere. We've had quite a span of flight crew looking after the chats, keeping things sweet and neat. Aspen, what up? Rack 'em up. Absolutely. It's one we made earlier. That is quite funny. I do like that. Spanners, how you all doing? Perez, Mattman Bush, how you doing? You know it is. Oh yeah. Big shout out to Coningsby. How are we all doing? Chris from Ringrose, how you doing as well? I hope you're all good. Good, watching from Germany. How you doing? So, with the mention of the TSR2, so Coningsby was due to become a TSR2 station. Absolutely correct. So in the 60s, as we were approaching 1968, it was time to make Coningsby a TSR2 station to replace the Canberra, as the Canberra has been in service with the RAF Coningsby since '53. Of course, sadly, that didn't go ahead, and what I didn't mention earlier, the next aircraft was actually ordered, 50 of them, F-111Ks. The F-111K was a designated RAF F-111 Aardvark, although that didn't even go ahead, and two were pretty much complete, I think. And sadly, that didn't go ahead either. However, we did have the spare engine Phantom instead in 1969. The flying can openers arrived at Coningsby 69, and that changed Coningsby's era into the fighter town era from then. And that was the end of Bomber Command, in fact. That was the end. Hey, Marshy, how you doing? Tim Gooch, here he is, Gucci man. Talk to me, Gooch. What up? Hope you're all good. Wow, did someone mention Roland Beaumont? Nice. Roland Beaumont, nice one. Whoever mentioned, was it Mark Moody? Wow, that name. That's popped up a few of my little reads. They call him Bo, his nickname, wasn't it? Or Bew. Bo, I think it's Bo, isn't it? Oh, I can never pronounce that properly. Like the Beaufort. That's it, Beaufort. I don't know, it's a funny language, isn't it? I mean, it should be beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. Was it Michael McIntyre? I love that with the pronunciation. See you in a hour. I love that. I absolutely love that guy. Yeah. Love it. It is Jimbo, how you doing? Hope you're good. Go. I'm just having a look to see what else we got, and as the weather's just looking pretty rough here, I may have an early one today. I think it's been a good day nevertheless. Hope you've enjoyed it. Mayhem Marshy as well, how you doing as well? Oi, oi. You know, it's funny, I'm just having a look and I've just seen a comment regarding imagine working on something and having that turned down. Well, that is something that's been since aviation itself. And you've got to think about the fundamental and impact it has on employees as well. You've also got the Northrop YF-23. You've got others such as the Avro Canada CF-105, I think it was, and the Lockheed YF-12 and the 2707 Boeing Supersonic. There was quite a few. Avro 730, Hawker P115, a proposal, and there's so many. The XB-70 Valkyrie, just trying to think of any others. V-173 Flying Pancake, that's another one. And the thing is, as I mentioned, that reminded me of what I was mentioning about de Havilland's Mosquito. If we go back to the first 4-engine bomber, which was actually going to be the Supermarine 317, the problem with that is that the prototypes were destroyed, and then they gave the contract to S29, the Short brothers, which was the Short Stirling bomber. Now, when I was speaking about the de Havilland's Mosquito and ideas of having this as well, you've got to remember as well the impact it has. So first of all, the YF-23 and the YF-22, okay, Northrop and Lockheed, trying to get that contract. You know, how amazing is to get that contract. So the Air Ministry, let's roll it back to World War II. Think about the communities and the impact it has on their economy boost, employment for those. But think of also the frustrations of working for a company. Let's take de Havilland, and just think there are other people that must have thought, do you know what, I'm leaving de Havilland, I'm going to go with the Short brothers, they're getting the contracts. Vickers as well, they're getting, with, you know, Avro, they're getting the contracts. You know, you've got to remember you know, things do take an impact in not only just the people, it's the fact that, you know, everyone has got bills to pay, and especially during those factories as well, of how important it is to get that go ahead and think, yeah, we got the contract, such as, you know, the S29 Short Stirling bomber, to get that contract. But the frustrations of those that keep getting turned down from de Havilland must have been absolutely frustrating, and it was common for you know, factory workers to leave and go with another company. It's quite interesting to think of it like that and the impacts that it has. And some of those prototypes, I'm just trying to remember which aircraft which was self-funded as well. I think this is a long shot. I'm trying to remember if Boeing self-funded that the B-17 prototype. I'm trying to remember, I came across an aircraft where, actually, it's probably not just unique to that. I think a lot of prototypes are going to be self-funded, whereas there are ones that do get funded to say, yeah, we need, once they get the contract, it's fine. I'm almost sure that the idea of the prototype of the Boeing B-17, I think originally the YB-17, I'm trying to remember if that was self-funded, and that crashed. Their prototype sadly crashed in the test flight, and amongst the you know, the horror of that, it was up against a twin engine, I think it was the Bolo, I'm trying to remember if it was the B-18 Bolo concept, but they still gave the contract to Boeing because they knew it you know, it still performed. I think other factors as well, even with the P-38's prototype as well, on the test flight, it did smash a record, got to about 420 miles per hour or something like that, and that crashed. Luckily the test pilot survived. I think it was something like 2,000 feet. I think it's because of the amount of hours that he was flying. It could have been down to fatigue. That's why they still gave it a go-ahead. But you are right, the frustration of working on something, but it has a major impact further down the lines as well, with, you know, financial impact on even the staff as well, and the project and the funding. It's enough to make someone bankrupt, you know, the company completely, you know, go into liquidation. But, you know, that's why I think sometimes they merge, maybe to get them the support that they need. But that was a very good point. All right. Oh, nice. Oh, cool. Diddy. Yeah, lots out there to, you know, to just basically indulge yourself in so much history. It is something that I take a passion, although I don't specialize in one particular field. I try and just learn everything. There isn't one specific, but yeah, sometimes I do get my my info kind of cross-wired, bit a bit of a rewiring. Sharon, you're welcome. Hope you're good. Hope you're well. So it looks like we've got a canopy up.
How you doing, mate?
Yeah, good. You're right.
Yeah, we're going to get going. He just wanted to show you this. I don't know if you can see that.
Hang on.
Here's what happened.
Let's have a look.
See it?
Oh yeah, cool. That's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love the flag as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Nice one. Good shot. Yeah. You shooting off now, are you?
Yes, mate. Yeah, I've got to go and work tomorrow.
Oh, is it?
It's got to be done, mate. It's got to be done.
Yeah, I'll probably catch next two going out, or three.
And
then that'll do for me. Yeah, it's rough.
It's too windy, man.
This week is rough.
Yeah.
I'm like, no way. I was like, yeah, I'm going to get 5 streams in this week, but it ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
And the first day doesn't look great at all.
We've only come today because Lewis' school, they're on a teacher training day, so I said, right, we're going to Coningsby.
Oh, nice.
So,
Oh, that's all right. That's a bonus.
yeah. But,
It's good when
yeah,
teachers go training, isn't it? Mate?
Oh,
nice one.
Yeah,
cool. Good
I'll
to see
catch
you
you
again.
soon anyway. Yeah,
Yeah, man. Good to see you,
definitely,
man.
mate. Definitely,
yeah,
mate.
Take care. See you later, dude.
Your hands are well cold. Your hands are freezing,
Oh,
man.
mate, I'm like,
Yeah.
it is
So,
cold.
No worries.
Yeah, I'll just catch these next 2 or 3 and I'll
That'll
get
be it.
warm. Yeah, that'll be it.
I don't blame you. So, anyway,
All
take
right,
care,
man.
mate. Safe journey.
Take
I'll
care.
catch you
See you
soon.
later, man. Bye, Mark. Take care. Yeah, it is absolutely freezing today. Right. Oi, oi. Oi, oi.
I know, I appreciate that, Liam. Yes, mate.
I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and well. And yeah, we're just going to catch a couple more departures, and then we'll depart ourselves for the day. Hi, how's it going? All right?
Yeah, not bad, thank you.
Good.
Have you got any of your merch on yet?
I have, yes. Let me just put this down. How you doing? All right?
Yeah, not bad.
Good.
My partner is too embarrassed to come over. Come on.
Ah, that's all right. I have to be honest. I'm going to be fair. I hear the same from both. I just had a
Honestly,
gentleman say the same thing about the other way.
honestly, he's too embarrassed to come over, so I was like, right, I'm going to go over. No, you're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine. He watches you all the time.
This side. That's where the goodies are. we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope you're all good. And a big shout out to all of you who are tuned in. And well, we're just going to catch these last departures for the day until we finish up for the day. Dita, how you doing as well? Oh hi, how you doing? Good. Oh, thank you.
Just want to know it. Do you know when they're coming back?
It's literally random, but it's about 90 minutes. Can take longer, can take less. You just don't know. But just always give yourself 90 minutes. You know, just as a rough. It's only a rough. You know, it depends what they're doing and where they're going. But yeah. Yeah, the thing is, they go and do their thing, and then they come back, and you know, that's all I could say. That's fine, no problem at all. There should be some more going out as well, I think. That's by the look of it. So, all right, take care. Lilo Doublefly, how you doing? Yeah, I hope you're all good. Thank you very much for the support there. Thank you. Oh, that's very kind of you. Let's get to, do you know, even just holding my phone is a bit emotional up here. Our squadron leader Ted Coningsby. I've had to take his beret off, bless him, because it's really bad. The wind is so bad. Chris White, thank you very much for the super chat. A guards march to you. Salmon, obviously, and T, thank you very much. A guards march for you. Tim Gooch, thank you very much for the super chat. Bank this for a pizza. You know it is. Thank you very much. Dita Kikeri, thank you very much for all the effort and meaning of the RAF. Thank you very much. A guards march to you. Thank you. Captain A, thank you for 32 months and of course being part of the Spanner flight. A guards march to you. Thank you very much. And Orion, Lilo Doublefly, thank you very much. A high five and a guards march and a paw pump for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Ted's all wrapped up warm. We do have some startups, Ted. Let's have a little look, mate. Love. Yeah, it's all good. And well, right, we'll see this next flight off and it'll be us done as well. So the pilots, as we've seen before, here, they'll do their external checks, have a look around the aircraft, make sure that it's all good. They'll check the 4 planes, they'll check the state of the canopy as well. They'll have a look around at the ordnance, any drop tanks, any liquid, any fluid, and again inside they'll check the gear, and they'll go on inside, and before removing the head-up display, they'll also look behind the seat, make sure everything's all good there. There's a couple of safety checks on the ejection seat side of things that they have to have a look at, and then it's removal of the head-up display cover, the red cover that's covers the screen there, and there'll be a startup clearance. Pilots will still need to contact ATC, make sure that they have got clearance to even start the aircraft up again, because of course there are personnel on the ground as well and other aircraft, etc., and things to deal with. So they'll be getting clearance even on a startup. There's a few checks that they need to do. I say a few, there's probably a lot. Interact with any of the troubleshooting, maybe some error codes that may pop up, and so on from there. And again, once they're ready, they will be required to get clearance from Coningsby's tower to taxi. They can't just go, yeah, go on, just taxi down and take off. That doesn't happen in that way, although QRA works a little bit different, of course. But again, with this sort of standard process, they will still have a squawk code given. If there's a flight of 3, the squawk code goes up 1 digit. So if the squawk code is 0120, it'll be 0121. then 0122, then 0123, so on and so on. So if there's a multiple of aircraft going out in one particular flight, they will have a squawk code with 1 digit up or down, depending on which you are in the flight, of course. So the lead flight will always take the main squawk code and it will go up by 1 digit. So we're just awaiting for the taxi clearance, as they've just started up now. So we're just going to catch these for our last set of departures for the day. I hope we're all good. And thanks to everyone who's tuned in today. Thank you very much. Be seeing this quite a bit as well, the sweeper, another great aircraft, great vehicle to see. Look at that, look at that, bit of a snow shovel there, spreader and everything. We'll be seeing that soon, quite a lot rather. It's that time of year. A lot for getting us to 1,000 likes. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much. Typhoon's powered by 2 EJ200 engines, producing just over 20,000 pounds of thrust. It compresses air at a rate of 75 litres per second. That is phenomenal. The Typhoon's blisks are amazing as well. It's not your traditional blades that are attached to a disc. Also, it's a whole complete alloy, titanium alloy, which is absolutely amazing. The whole thing about the Typhoon is completely lightweight, and that's due to its that's a result, or in effect, the thrust to weight ratio being amazing, absolutely phenomenal, with a 24,000 pound empty weight, smashing out just over 40,000 pound, the equivalent of 1,000 Ferraris, I think it is. It's about 150,000 horsepower, if you want to put that into horsepower perspective, from what I found out.
Look, Teddy!
Oi, oi! Love it. Dita, how you doing? Hope you're well. Do have my eye on that Chinook. Kind of needs to start turning east, which would be good. No sign of the Chinook. It is not too far away. If it starts turning east, that'll be good. No, must be a bit just out of sight with the trees. Sadly, that Chinook's not for us. Oh, never mind. It's worth a go. So we've got a few Typhoons just spooling now. We're going to catch these before we finish for the day. you then, mate, yeah? Yeah, thanks. Thanks, mate. I'll see you then, man. Well, I hope you all enjoyed this show, and like I said, I'll do my best tomorrow, and the rest of the week is a little bit hit and miss with the weather. Whether I just get some footage and then take salvage and salvation in the van or something, I'll see what I can do. I'll do my best to get some footage, to say the least, anyway. So looking forward to that anyway, but not looking forward to getting extremely wet, which is what Thursday is looking like. Wednesday, yeah, it's a little bit scatty. I'll have to find a place to dodge the rain. RAF Coningsby is one of 2 QRA stations in Britain. This is QRA station number 2 south, and of course we've got one in Lossiemouth. That's QRA station number 1 north. Also, not to forget RAF Bryce Norton, who will also scramble a Voyager should the Typhoons need further endurance. They're also managed in the skies to make the call that there's a threat, and keep eyes in the skies at RAF High Wycombe, Bulmer and Swanwick. Between them all, they take care of all things QRA. QRA stands for Quick Reaction Alert, and for those that don't know how it all works, any approaching aircraft is detected by a team of Air Operations Systems officers at the Control and Reporting Centre, CRC, at RAF Bulmer. They use a ground-based military and civilian radar to monitor, detect and identify all the aircraft in and around UK airspace. That's 24/7, 365 days a year, and that includes here and Lossiemouth as well, on alert, ready to go. And that includes the ground crew. We always think of the pilot, that's fine, we get that, but there's also a ground crew which will just run out. Oh, here we go. And marshal the aircraft out. And it is literally a full coordinated response, and it uses information and radar sites across the UK and from civilian air traffic and intelligence agencies as well. The surveillance team in the CRC at RAF Bulmer, they're the ones that identify and share the recognised air picture RAP, and that's shared with the National Air and Space Operations Centre, NASOC, and they're based at RAF High Wycombe. Once that's taken care of with the data, NASOC then decide that if the threat is sufficient to scramble Typhoon jets, and pass the order to a CRC at RAF Bulmer. The CRC have direct contact with pilots at Lossiemouth. And for escorting civilian or other aircraft, it is Stansted Airport. It's actually the designated airport for escorting, or even a hostage situation, shall we say. That is the designated airport to escort aircraft back to, for those who don't know. The ongoing coordination works with Swanwick, that 78 Squadron, who work with the civilian counterparts to ensure Typhoons can follow the most direct route to the target. So it's all very well just scrambling. And let's face it, when a pilot hears that bell, they don't know what they're going to get themselves into. Is it that day that they have to make that choice? I won't go into detail because I think you know what I'm getting at. When they have to make that, where they are given that order, not that choice, that's my really bad phrasing. Is it going to be that day? And within seconds they are up hitting 38,000 feet, and it's Swanwick that assists them to get the most direct route and to follow it. And they are embedded with the Swanwick Centre run by NATS, and that's the UK's main civil air services provider. The RAF Aerospace System operates at High Wycombe, and air traffic controllers at Swanwick, 78 Squadron, will continuously coordinate the response with the scrambled Typhoon pilots. Again, once that's happening, RAF Bryce Norton will scramble a Voyager to ensure that the Typhoons can have a lot longer endurance should they require it. Again, depending on where the threat, or shall we say the rogue aircraft, and it can also be ships as well. They can be scrambled in a QRA for ships, okay? And again, depending on where it is, that's the decision made, whether it will be Coningsby or Lossiemouth. Also, not to forget 1435 Flight, who also have a QRA role at Mount Pleasant, protecting the airspace of the Falklands. Sammy B, how you doing? Hope you're good. Okay, here we go. It's time to send it. Oh my word, that wind is really punching, right? Okay, so just a couple more startups to finish up our day, which is all good. For those that missed it earlier about the Typhoon, if you don't know how it all works, here we go. Typhoon, a 4.5 generation. It is, without doubt, the aggressive fighter. A very lightweight fighter with an amazing thrust to weight ratio. Made in 4 different countries: left wing Italy, right wing Spain, the centre section of the fuselage Germany, the front section and the cockpit area Britain, and sections at the rear, including the stabiliser, made in Italy and Britain. Don't forget Leonardo, BAE Systems as well. Lots of parts integrated. The whole fuselage has about 30 kilometers of cabling. The wings held on by 6 special bolts each, and the most amazing factors are what the fighter can do. Sadly, the Typhoons have just shut down for a moment, just very briefly. But again, as I mentioned earlier, the captor inside, you'll notice first of all the Typhoon's nose. The radome has a very different colour grey, and of course even the tip up here on the stabiliser a different grey. You can't paint those. If you do, you may affect the performance of what's called the AESA, the Active Electronically Scanned Array. That's your battlefield zone, giving the pilot the scope, which can be connected to the special Striker helmet developed by BAE Systems, which is like a mounted display unit. So if you ever see a pilot with the helmet with like the little bubbles on it, a bit like the cartoon when they got bashed on the head, this little bump appears on the head. It's a bit like that, but this is very clever because this gives the pilot the opportunity to actually look through the Typhoon and lock onto targets using the helmet. It's amazing. You'll notice the helmet has this visor and they can see everything on there. The captor started off with the manual ECR captor developed by Marconi. First of all, it was a manual one. It was a Mark 1 captor, and it's like a radar with lots of tiny little radars on it. So it's this big antenna with tiny little antennas on there, and the upgrades, I can't tell you which ones have the new ones. They are developing the Captor E, but to give you an idea, Typhoons could lock onto fighter jets 160 kilometers away. So there goes the Top Gun style dogfighting, because 160 kilometers away to lock onto a target is you don't need to engage into a dogfight. Larger aircraft, Typhoon could lock onto 300 kilometers away, 20 to 30 targets I believe it can lock onto, with prioritizing on 6 of those. Let's have a little look here what we got here. This is the captor, this is the Pirate IRST, which is an infrared, almost looks like a CCTV camera. The IRST can look at and lock onto targets at night, so this can work hand in hand with the captor, with the Active Electronically Scanned Array. It can work with that, so not only can you lock onto targets, you've also got a search and track camera here. Has different filters for different thermal, so detect heat, can detect other aspects in really bad or poor visibility or nighttime. 2 countries that don't have it, Germany and Austria, do not have this here. They opted out. And let's have another little look over here. Like I mentioned earlier, the S-duct system along with the splitter bridge. Let's talk about the intakes here. The S-duct intakes, okay, so the Typhoon's intakes, as you can see, are underneath. Okay, now the problem with that is that you can probably see your heat from your first stage of your compressors, but you can't, because the Typhoon's engine sits up here. So the duct is like an S shape, hence it's called S-duct. This gives it a little bit of a stealthy attribute, along with the 85% carbon composite that it has. Okay, so Poshware, same plastic. This gives a bit of a stealthy feature as well. The good thing about the S-duct, it hides the heat created at the front stage of the compressors. There are variable cowlings here. These open and close. You'll see that on takeoff. You can see these slightly move if you're eagle-eyed. Again, a lovely bit of design. The problem is when you're going supersonic, you're going to start to get supersonic air in there, which is not really good for engines. However, what's worse is that you start to create boundary layer. It's like a draggy, low pressure air that starts to build up, or high pressure air, sorry, starts to build up. Okay, I showed you a demonstration where I poured water over a flask. You'd expect the water just to dribble over the edges. No, it doesn't. It collects here. Air is fluid, so it works a bit like that. You start to create drag, and if that draggy, different pressure air hits your fans, and then you've got your normal standard pressure air hitting. So imagine a big fan, and you've got draggy air hitting the top and higher pressure hitting the bottom. You're going to create an imbalance, and that will damage your engine. Supersonic speeds have to be controlled, so they come up with this splitter diverter. In the real world, they're actually drilled to suck up any extra draggy air to get rid of it as well. Under here, you've got the ADP. You can't see them on there. There are 4 ADPs, aircraft data pitos, 4 tiny little bits of metal triangles that collect the data for the FCS. Now, it is fly-by-wire. It is known as a flight control system, FCS. Now, the Typhoon is cleverly designed to be aerodynamically unstable, which means if you took the computers out, the onboard computer or the FCS, it'll just fall out of the sky. An aircraft that doesn't have an FCS, flying in a straight line, brilliant. A pilot wants to turn and do a nice little a 180, turn out, whatever, start doing an aileron roll, the pilot has to input it. You put an FCS, so the Typhoon, flying in a straight line, the computers are actually working hard just to keep it in a straight line. In fact, there's loads of things about the Typhoon's aerodynamics, including this bulge here that they did. They found out that not having this bulge here, it created a lot of drag when it was just flat, so they increased its width about here. It is amazing. Typhoon doesn't have any elevators, so it has 4 planes instead. It acts like an elevator, controls the angle of attack as well as a speed brake. Here you got the probe for drogue and probe air-to-air refueling here, so that ejects out. Canopy acrylic as well, adding more lightweight to the Typhoon. BK Mauser cannon in here, 27mm in here. The Typhoon's beautiful leading edge, and the design of the wings are actually quite curved if you look at it from there. Lovely. You've got your air brake here. This intake here, that's your ram heat exchanger intake. Okay, when the Typhoon has excess amount of use with the burners, the reheats, it needs to cool down, and that's where this ram intake heat exchanger takes place. It allows a chance for those engines to cool down after excess amount of use. So for example, a Typhoon display will do that. Little random fact for you: a Typhoon can only stay inverted with full reheats for a maximum of about 10 seconds because you'll risk emptying out one of the fuel tanks as well. Let's have a look what else we got. Let's turn this round over here. You've got a antenna here. That's your high frequency antenna. Here, this is the MAW, the More Missile Approach Warning, a bit of a survivability aspect here. This is soot created from the burnt fuel from the APU. This is the APU. Auxiliary power unit, as the Typhoon can actually start up with the push of a button. So you plug that into a Jenny. Underneath, you've got blue tack as optional. It has 13 hard points. The center hard point is for a drop tank. You've also got an extra hard point here for an extra drop tank on each side. So that means you've got 5 hard points on each wing available if you're going to whack 3 drop tanks on, for example. But with those 5 hard points that are here, you can actually add ordnance and weapons, etc. But the other 2, the 6th one or the 13th, whatever number you want to call it, there's 1 hard point here for the drop tank. So you've got 5 hard points on the wings for any tasty ordnance. This pylon here, that's your decoy pylon. I think they call it an FOTD, the fiber optic towed decoy, like connected to like a lanyard. It's not an inflatable Typhoon, which I thought. It's just an antenna that's connected by fiber optics, I think it is, and deployed here. Underneath here for defense, if it's guided missile that's locked onto, you can use chaff as a dispenser here, bits of metal to fool the guided missile. If it's heat, you can use your flares. that are allocated here. All right, and all else failing, you just aim for the sun and hope for that as well. Let's see what else we got here underneath. This little intake here, that's your instrument intake to cool down the instruments. Let's have a look what else we can talk about. 41 squadron markings, 4 planes, spoke about that. Anything else that you want to know about the Typhoon, let me know. Powered by 2 EJ200 engines producing just over 20,000 pounds of thrust. There are 12 fairing flaps, these little petals here, I think there's 12 on each one. I tried to count them the other day. There's the arrestor hook here, don't really talk about that much, but there you go. AMRAMs, ASRAMs, whatever you want to pack it up with, you can do so. Just trying to think anything else. There's the fuel vent, the vent here where the fuel vents out. On negative G's or even on startups, if your Typhoon is filled completely with fuel, sometimes on startup there's so much fuel the heat expands and goes out, which is good. You want it to do that. That's the whole point. If you didn't do that, you could be giving an increase in having like an airlock in there between your fuel as it's doing negative G and stuff like that, and it can also cause engine problems. With that, there's our Typhoon. Beautiful, beautiful, and it can do some amazing maneuvers. Have fun, enjoy. Oh, this beast, yeah. And so the Typhoon's performance being 24,000 pound empty weight with its 40,000 pounds of thrust combined. From brakes released at 8 seconds, you get about 185 miles per hour depending on the pilot, and then pull into a 50-degree, 60-degree vertical climb. But the beauty is that I don't turn, I keep forgetting, it accelerates all the way. It's not just going 185 and that's it. It's not doing a quick climb. This is accelerating, doing all the hard work. And then 22 seconds after that pull, it can go supersonic. Amazing. Very similar performance to the English Electric Lightning. So, got a few more to go. '29 Squadron markings are XXX. Now, I've had a look at some of the historical, but I won't spoil a good story. I'm going to stop saying that. But the X's have been their kind of like their markings from the Siskin to the Bulldog to the Hind, Demon, the Meteor, all that kind of stuff. They have different variety of number of X's, but the story goes, let's give it the good story. The story goes that they were told to put an XX and 1X. XX, 1X is what, 29 in Roman numerals. 29 Squadron. But when they painted, when the guys went to go and paint this, they put an XX and another X. That's the way they interpret it as. They were told to put an XX and 1X, as in XX, the roundel, and then 1X, all right, but the designers and painters put XX and another X, so they left it, and that's how the story goes. That's how the story goes. It is a nice story. I ain't gonna ruin it. I'm gonna leave it at that. Although you will find, like I said, the Bulldog and the Demon had 2 X's on there. There you go, try and work that out. And then I think the Siskin on the top had 6 X's, but that could have been a split between XXX in the middle, and then, yeah, whatever, we'll go with that. But the actual birds apparently it's a buzzard and an eagle in depicting aerial combat. If you're fortunate enough to go to Shuttleworth House, I did a wedding there back in the days of doing wedding photography. They've got a huge version of what I believe is 29 Squadron's original painting. It's got the whole thing. It's in flight. There's a landscapey, like, you know, background in the woods in the background, whatever it is, but it looks exactly like the buzzard having a fight with an eagle, depicting aerial combat, of course. That's why the nicknames, you don't really have a lot of nicknames in the RAF as opposed to the US Air Force and the US Navy, etc. But they are known as the Buzzards, for those interested. The number 3 Squadron of the Cockatrice. I know. Well, I think we're going to get more takeoffs. That's what I'm waiting for, but... let's have a look what we got here. And again, if you just joined us, don't forget although we're talking about aircraft that can do 60,000 or so, 65, I don't know. I know they keep a lot of info classified, of course. And when we're talking about aircraft that can do Mach 1.8, the Typhoon FGR4. Don't be worried about the Typhoon of the Royal Air Force having a lower maximum speed. This could also mean that the acceleration is a lot quicker. It does work out that way. It's got a amazing combat range as well, at around 863 miles. But it depends on the configuration. It is a swing roll aircraft, which means while airborne it can just change roles. Limits +9. We never really mentioned that, but so be it. It can do about 55,000 service ceiling. And when you're talking about that, then you've got we need to roll back to 1941, because this was the first aircraft to operate at Coningsby, the Handley Page Hampden Lady Shen Steady Bears, with a 4,000 pound payload, 19,000 service ceiling, about 240 miles per hour, 245 miles per hour. What's that, 0.3, Mach 0.3? Could take a 18-inch torpedo, because it was developed into a torpedo bomber, into a variant. Had 1,000 horsepower on each of the Bristol Pegasus engines. Had 4 guns. And this was the first to operate, February 23rd, 1941. Typhoon arrived 2005, May the 19th. The squadron that brought the Typhoon here is still operating, number 17 Squadron. They actually operate the F-35B for the Royal Air Force, but they are the Test and Evaluation Squadron in America, Edwards Air Force Base. And that was the Handley Page Hampden, in case I forgot to mention what that was. Oh, we'll catch a couple more before we finish up. The car park that we're in is actually part of the original base, I know, and you can see the pancakes, we have the hard stands behind me as well, and this is amazing to imagine that we are stood on a piece of history, part of the original base indeed. How cool is that? I think because obviously it was a Class A configuration, off the top of my head, actually I could just look, off the top of my head I think that Reedham Lane, or is it Cross Keys Lane, may have been the other runway strip. I could just check, let's have a look. You can probably see it. Was it Old Fen? Let's have a look. Oh, I actually don't know now. Actually I couldn't tell you on that one actually. That is a good point. I don't think I can tell you where that was, because it did have a Class A configuration. I might have to check Perry's amazing book. Looks like it goes... Ooh, that's a hard one to tell. There is what looks a little bit like a runway, but I doubt that one's it. I'm wondering if it's from Cross Keys Lane, you know. I'm wondering if it's that. And then runs on to Old Fen. Could be. Don't know. Couldn't tell you 100% on that one. That's got me there. Okay, our Typhoon is taxiing out for departure. You'll see it actually just cut across the screen. There you go. Hello, hello. So you can see the nose there, very different, slightly different grey, and the tip of the stabiliser, again, same colour. But I hope you've enjoyed today. And, we shall be back here next week for another show. But I'll try and get somewhere tomorrow. Jojo, how you doing? Jojo Ilot, how you doing? Hope you're good. Welcome back to the show. Welcome back everyone, how you all doing? We're just finishing up these last few departures. Oh, was it Old Boston Road, was it? Thanks a lot, Perry. I knew you'd know, man. Old Boston Road, I know the one. Wow. Yes, you can see it on Google Maps, but I didn't think that would be it, you know. You can see a little bit of it from the south side of the base, right, where the Hass is. Yep, and then it just breaks off into grass. Gotcha. Yeah, I see it now. Nice. Thanks, Perry. How you doing, Davey? Michael Woodbridge, Leah, Margot, Alex, Black Cat, Simon Watchon, Johnny B, Mayhem Marshy. How you all doing? Hope we're all good. Stephen Billings, Air Godzilla. The DT experiment, how's it going as well? Remco DeVray, hope we're all good. Welcome to the show. And we're just seeing off our last few Typhoons before we finish up for the day. It's been okay. It's been fine today. It hasn't been that bad, the weather. A bit punchy on the older gusts there now. Oh, you can hear that wind racking up again. Well, not long for the sold out, may I add, Ted Coningsby Party 3.0. Anyone on here coming to the party? Oh yeah, nice one to those who managed to get tickets. It is sold out, and we're looking forward to seeing you all for an absolutely amazing time. It's gonna be good. Right, that's right. Thanks everyone that's tuned in today and supported the channel like you always do. Thank you very, very much. It's been amazing. There's our Typhoon ready for departure. Looks like the weather's getting better behind me, to be honest. It's clearing up quite nicely. Gosh, it's been a bit of a blustery one. Yeah, I think we'll be all right tomorrow. I think I might have survived it. I think I'm going to be okay tomorrow. I should be all right. What about Wednesday? Wednesday just looks awful, but not as bad as Thursday at the moment. It keeps changing. Oh, Thursday looks all right now. What happened? Do you know what I mean? Thursday actually looks all right now. How weird is that? It's actually got better. Or better. Sorry, that's really bad of me. Better. Yeah, well, hold tight. This could be good. I might be able to pull this off. I'm just looking at the weather radar and it's looking better. Sorry. I think it's time to go home. It's time for me to get a nice, nice warm cup of tea. All right, here we go. Flight 2, is it? Ooh. Send it. And there's another one, a little sneaky one just pulled in. So that's not our last one yet. Well, we'll just keep going, it's fine. Normally I finish around 3, so I'll still... So this week I will be meeting the new Typhoon display pilot for next year, for 2026. I know, can't wait for that, looking forward to that. And it should be a good evening. So we've got one more before we go then. There's probably going to be another one and another one, but you know how it is. They never like to let me go home, which is great, I don't mind. But I'll tell you what, to my delight, the weather looks alright. It looks good for the rest of the week-ish. Wednesday's just got better, and Thursday's got even better as well. So this has freed up a little bit of options for me now for the week. So I'll keep my eyes on there, and there's so much to choose from. It really is. Everything again is potluck. You just turn up and just see what happens. I don't have any inside info. You just turn up and have some fun. Even if you see nothing, even if you see one, appreciate it. Just appreciate those days, because when you get busy days, you then realise that this is gold. You know, it's amazing. And if you are an enthusiast, you'd appreciate the rarities of some aircraft, and even just some rare serial numbers as well can make your day. It's amazing what we're all into, really. It really is, and such a great hobby. It really is. And let's see, I've got some work to do when I get in now. I've got to really think about where I'm going for the next week now. Aussie bird. No, I haven't been up in a Typhoon yet. Not yet. But I have been in 2 Typhoons. I have sat in ZK 431 and ZJ914. Very comfortable, may I add. I've been fortunate enough to sit in 2 Typhoons. Right, here we go. Our Ted's just going to have a look to see if there's any guards marches for you wonderful supporters out there. Yeah, Ted, good idea not to have your beret on. Margot Baxter, thank you very much. A guard's march to you towards Winnie's cravat for Ted Party. Thank you very much for the super chat. The TD experiment, thank you very much for your 19 months membership. Oi oi grey and gloomy at Ted HQ, it sure is. Aaron R, thank you very much for your 15-month membership, a big 15 months for the TCS. And Colin as well with 13 months membership of the Posh Officers Club. Thanks everyone for your hospitality and friendliness, and thanks to Ted and Nikos for great streams. Oi oi. Simon Watch on high five and a guards march, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Catherine Burkett, thank you very much for your 28 months membership. Onward and upward. Renee Gessink as well with 13 months membership. Gosh, on to many more, thank you very much. Right, and that's us done. We are good to go. Right, ladies, gents and teddy bears, thank you so much for tuning in today. My name's Nikos. I have enjoyed today with our squadron leader Ted Coningsby. We've had to take his beret off today because it is a little bit breezy up here. RAF Coningsby, thank you so much for what you do for looking after us airspace. Thank you very much, and of course all of the RAF. And ladies and teddy bears, my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator at this very windy Coningsby. This is our squadron leader Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at a very windy RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well, see ya. Take care, see you later.
Go 50 at right turn.